I'll do my normal check. Look, I can't see you on screen, but if you can just, those that I can see, can just give me a wave just to make sure that you can hear me okay. Okay, and can I ask at this point, some of you still have your microphones on. Can I ask everyone to switch off their microphones for the moment, please? Thank you. And anyone who's not taking part today, but just observing, should also turn off their video. So this is the first day of the second week of the public inquiry into the application by Scottish Power Renewables for consent under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 for the construction and operation of an extension to the existing Arecleoch wind farm. For those of you taking part in the inquiry for the first time today, my name is David Liddell and I'm joined by my colleague Alison Kirkwood, and we are reporters with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. We've been jointly appointed by the Scottish Ministers to consider this application and report our findings and recommendations to them. Today is the first day of the inquiry session covering the landscape and visual effects of the proposal. A member of the DPE or DPEA IT staff will also be present to help if we have any technical issues today. This inquiry will be webcast live on the DPEA Public Eye web pages. The video recording of the inquiry will be retained on the website after the application is determined. By taking part in the virtual inquiry, you're consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information contained in them for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purposes of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. And can I remind all parties that electronic devices should not be audible during the inquiry. If you have an emergency where you are, please just ask that we adjourn the proceedings. Now, I want to run through a few more of the arrangements in a few minutes, but first I'd like the parties to introduce themselves just so I can check we are all here. Can I start first with the applicant and Mr. Thompson?
Good morning, sir. My name is Malcolm Thompson. I appear on behalf of the applicants. I'm instructed by Emma Payton of Sheffield and Wedderburn, who is here beside me. And I also have today's witness, Mr. James Welsh.
David, I was struggling to hear Mr. Thompson. I don't know if others.
Yes, ma'am. We can't hear a word of that at all. Thank you, ma'am.
No, I can't hear either.
Sorry, my name is Malcolm Thompson. No.
Mr. Thompson, I can hear you. I can hear you fine, but others can, it seems.
Ah, right. I'm not sure what the problem is then.
This was a problem we encountered last week with Mr. MacLeod, if you remember, at the beginning of the session that he appeared for the applicant. He was very soft indeed, but Scottish Power seemed to be able to fix it quite quickly.
We're working on it as we speak. Sorry, my name is Malcolm Thompson. I'm instructed by, no, no, still not.
David, I can't hear you speaking now either. I don't know whether others.
Testing. Can you hear me?
That's a bit better, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, that's better, Mr. Welsh, yeah.
Testing. Is that better?
Little bit.
Little bit. Anything else we can do? Test.
So should we maybe have a short adjournment to allow them to try and sort it out and maybe start again at 10:15 or 10:10 or something?
I'm not sure if David's hearing there either, Mr. Kelly. That's maybe a good suggestion. Yeah, I think David's
I
having
don't
trouble
think
somewhere.
he's hearing, ma'am. I don't think he's hearing.
Okay, well, yeah, that's probably a good suggestion. If we maybe revert back at 10:15, although if some of you are on, then at least we can do some testing. But if anybody wants to take a break, but I'll stay on and try and test with the applicant and with David.
I'll just switch the video off, ma'am, and then just listen. Thank you.
Yep, okay.
Testing for the applicant. Testing.
Oh, Mr. Thompson, I can hear you, but it's still quite faint. But I've tried putting my volume up as far as I could go.
Okay, testing.
Can you hear Mr. Campbell?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear Mr. Thompson, although it's a very boomy, echoey voice.
I think that's possibly because we're all got our on mute on, so.
I can't hear all that well, I must admit.
Ma'am, I can only hear quite low and echoey. Thank you.
Me too.
Okay, guys, bear in mind that their cameras will be up when you're speaking, so you might be getting a bit of echo, but I'll turn it off. So, if you could actually hear him, then that will be fine. Is he intelligible for everyone?
Sorry, I'm struggling to hear that.
Hi, it's Lewis here doing the tech support. I was just saying if you could actually hear him, then it will be fine. Don't worry about the echo because we'll be muting our mic.
Right. It's still quite soft compared to other participants, I have to say. I can,
It is.
and obviously it's quite an important role that Mr. Thompson has in today's proceedings. So it's quite important that everybody can pick up what he's saying.
Agreed.
Okay, so could you try this?
Yes, testing. 1, 2, 3.
That's certainly better for me. That's better for others.
Certainly better, yes.
Okay, we're making progress.
And now this is about top volume.
Right, testing.
Yes, I think that's getting clearer.
Oh, good.
That's better.
Okay. Mind trying that now for comparison.
Testing. Can you hear me
Excellent.
clearly?
Yeah, clearly.
Good.
Okay, is everyone happy to proceed with that?
Yeah, that's good.
For everyone.
We're just waiting now for David. He was going to try and come in via his phone rather than his laptop, so hopefully we'll get him connected soon.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. It was okay in our test call.
That's fine, these things happen.
I lost all sound.
There's nobody speaking at the minute, Miss Spence. We're waiting for David to reconnect.
Okay.
But did you hear the testing with the applicant there? I think they've managed to resolve that. That's good. So just waiting for David, hopefully. He's leading these sessions, so it's much more important that we get him back connected. I'll just step into the office and check with Callum what progress has been made. Be back in a second.
Doesn't bode very well for the efficiency of the wind farm, does it?
I agree entirely.
Does anybody else get an echo of a reflection of what people are saying?
Hi, David. Can you hear and see everybody okay here?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you fine now.
Right. Apologies for that. I'm on my own laptop now without the headset because that doesn't seem to work. So, but I just want to check everyone. It's clear enough that you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And
Okay.
David, while you were away, we did some testing with the applicant, and they seem to have improved the sound from that end as well. So hopefully we're good to go.
Right. I'll just compose myself and be with you in a minute. Okay, so apologies for all that. We had also texted before and it had worked fine. So, Mr. Thompson, you introduced yourself and Mr. Welch, so I think that's fine. I'll come back to you again if people didn't hear you, but you can maybe introduce yourself again at the start. I'd understood from Callum that when you're cross-examining, you might have to switch your microphone off each time you ask a question, otherwise there might be a bit of feedback, so we'll see how that goes. I'm going to turn to Mr. Campbell for the council. As I do so, Mr. Campbell, one of the things we'd ask people to do is to give us a list of documents they'd be referring to or might be referring to in cross-examining. And I haven't got yours yet. I've got quite a long list if you add everyone else's together, so it might be that you're not going to take us anywhere else other than the list we've got. But if there's anything particular that you think we might not be expecting, it might be at some point useful to have a note of that. But anyway, if you'd like to introduce yourself and your witness.
Thank you. I'm John Campbell. I'm Queen's Counsel in the Scottish Bar, and I'm appearing for South Ayrshire Council. In this case, instructed by their legal department. I did get the request for documents, and I'm afraid I overlooked it. However, my answer to the question is any documents concerned with landscape and visual, but principally, of course, Mr. Welsh's inquiry report and precognition and the capacity study and the GLVIA, which are all on the list for other people. I don't think there's anything else. I may have a quick look at the local development plan, but not sure that's necessary in this session. Depends what Mr. Welsh's answers are. So my apologies for that omission.
Okay, no, that's fine, Mr. Campbell. And is Ms. Anderson here? Just now, I think I see her, or I see her name.
She is in attendance, but her video is switched off.
Okay. And next then for Ardrocket and Knockdolian Estates. Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Good morning, sir. Thank you. Ian Kelly, planning consultant representing the two estates, and I will be the witness for the estates in this session. I will also undertake cross-examination on their behalf. But obviously, sir, as is normal, since I'll be following on from the council, I will make strenuous efforts to avoid repetition. for asking the same question again. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Kelly, sorry. And Mr. Arecleoch for New Lewis Community Council.
Yes, so I'm here. I'm Alistair Arecleoch. As you say, I'm representing New Lewis Community Council. I think that's about all I can say, really, at the moment. Thank you.
Yes, no, good morning. It's just we're just introducing ourselves to each other. That's fine. And Ms. Ellis, we heard from you earlier on. You're still here.
Good morning. Yes, I'm a local resident. I'm Harriet Ellis. I'm a local resident, and I'm just objecting on my own behalf. I have no witnesses and will probably rely mostly on my statement and precognition. I won't be speaking much.
Okay, that's fine, Ms. Ellis. And I know you mentioned earlier that the connectivity might not be that great, and certainly what we've found sometimes is switching off your video improves that, and we can still speak to each other. But we can see how it goes. Thank you. And Ms. Spence, are you here this morning?
Yes, I'm Pat Spence. I have been affected by the previous wind farms, and I'm objecting on my own behalf.
Okay, good morning. And is Mr. Andrews here? He wasn't here when I started the session, but I'm not sure if he's since turned up. Okay, well, we'll maybe try and see if we can find out if he's still wanting to participate. And Mr. Stevenson, I can see you there. Good morning.
Yes, Struan Stevenson. I'm a local resident objecting on my own behalf. I won't be leading any witnesses.
Okay, good morning. That's great. Yeah, just a few words just on how we're going to proceed. So we sent a protocol note out for the second part of the inquiry 2 weeks ago, I think, and so we'll follow those arrangements. We'll start each day at 10 AM. It's now 10:30, and aim to end around 4 PM. And we can be flexible with that, depending on new people's availability and our progress. We'll have a lunch break at a convenient time. We'll also have shorter breaks through the day. And please note that all teams must adhere to all government guidance on COVID-19 when participating. For example, participants should be at home unless it's essential to be in an office. Physical distancing must be maintained, and no close contact, no sharing of documents or equipment. If at any point we're in doubt that the above advice has not been followed, it might be necessary to adjourn the proceedings. And you should all now have or all the parties should have a memory stick with a finalised set of all core documents submitted up to the 22nd of January. And we'd like to thank the DPA case officer team and Emma Payton from Shepard and Wedderburn for their very large efforts in making those documents available to everyone. So I just want to give everyone an important reminder of how an inquiry session works. So the advocate will introduce their witness who gives their evidence in chief, and this normally means reading out their recognition. In doing so, an advocate can also invite their witness to respond to any new points in other recognitions, which of course that witness wouldn't have sight of when they did wrote their own recognition. And if there are a few points of clarification in the recognition that need to be drawn out, then that's also okay. And that's straightforward for those witnesses for the appellant and the counsel who will be led by advocates. The other witnesses are not led. However, we will give you each the same opportunity to clarify your recognition and to respond to any new points raised in Mr. Welch's recognition. But I want to stress that evidence in chief should be restricted to what I've just described. The main narrative of your case to the inquiry should be clearly understandable from reading the recognition, supported by any inquiry report or other documentation that you've submitted. The whole purpose of the sequence of exchange of statements of case, of documents and recognitions that you agreed is to allow everyone's position to be set out before the inquiry sessions. That allows everyone to prepare properly, be able to foresee what issues will come up in the questioning. And that means that the questioning in the day today can proceed more efficiently and more fairly. So the point of the inquiry is to clarify and test the written evidence of the statements of case, the recognitions and the inquiry reports. and we'll intervene if we think that evidence in chief is going beyond the matters that we've raised in those 2 documents, since that's what the other parties and we ourselves have had the chance to prepare for. After giving your evidence in chief, witnesses will be cross-examined by opposing parties. Now, for the applicant's witness, we had proposed that he would be first cross-examined by Mr. Campbell and then by Mr. Kelly, as Mr. Kelly indicated there. Other objectors will also have a chance to examine Mr. Welsh if they wish, but he only needs to answer a question once. As Mr. Kelly indicated there, we won't allow repetitive questions, and we'll stop a line of questioning when it doesn't seem to be helpful to us. And of course, that applies to all the witnesses, not just to the applicant's witness. The other witnesses, the counsel and the objectors, will only be cross-examined once by Mr. Thompson. After cross-examination, we may have some questions for each witness. And finally, a witness can be re-examined by their advocate. The purpose of that is to provide further clarification or response to the questions put during cross-examination. It's not to bring in new issues that were not asked about. And again, for those witnesses not being led by an advocate, we will give you the chance to provide this re-examination evidence under your own steam. And remember, at the end of the whole inquiry, we will make arrangements for closing submissions. So we propose that for all the inquiry sessions, recognitions are taken as read and won't need to be read out. But if you'd simply rather do that, then that's fine. That's your prerogative. Is everyone clear? Everyone clear about how we're going to proceed today and in the next couple of days? Okay, thank you. Are there any other procedural matters that need to be raised at this point? Okay, well, finally then, that's great. Just a reminder to use your microphones, making sure you turn them off every time you conclude speaking. And this is required just to allow the recording to switch to the person speaking and to avoid feedback. If your connection is not great, we may ask you to switch your video off as we found that this has helped. And a reminder again that if you're simply observing, you should have your video switched off at all times. So, without further ado, Mr. Thompson, would you like to introduce your witness?
Thank you, sir. My first witness is, in fact, my only witness today is Mr. James Welsh. He is a director of Optimised Environments Limited, which is known as OPEN. It's a firm of landscape architects and environmental partners based in Edinburgh. He's a fellow of the Landscape Institute. He has been in practice as a chartered landscape architect for 33 years. His particular area of expertise is landscape and visual assessments. Over the last 22 years, he has been involved in over 100 landscape and visual assessments and in giving evidence at appeals and inquiries in respect of wind farm projects. And more recently, he's been involved in 2 public inquiries involving the topic of aviation lighting. So he has some particularly relevant up-to-date experience on that subject. So with that introduction, Mr. Welsh, you beside me and able to communicate. Could I ask you first of all, if you have to hand your report to the inquiry and also your recognition?
Yes, I do.
Can we take those as read, please?
Yes.
In that case, could we consider some of the evidence from Mr. Kelly, who I don't think lodged a report to the inquiry, so that the first opportunity you had to see his evidence in any detail was your recognition, by which time you'd already prepared yours. So could we start, please, with one of Mr. Kelly's topics, which is that of cumulative impact. And there seems to be possibly some misunderstanding among some of the objectors about how you approached cumulative assessment of cumulative impact. Could you explain for us, please, what you did?
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, and I noted that Mr. Kelly, in respect of viewpoint 14 at Knockdolian, had misunderstood how the cumulative assessment is structured, and the landscape and visual assessment does in fact find a significant cumulative effect at that location, which Mr. Kelly suggested otherwise. And I thought it might be helpful to clarify the approach taken in the EIA to cumulative effects. And I suggest it might be helpful to have CD 1.2, the chapter 7 of the EIAR to hand. And to go to paragraph 7.4.4.2. And if you have that to hand, there are, in undertaking the cumulative assessment, there are 3 scenarios against which the addition of the proposed development is assessed. That first scenario is in the context of existing wind energy developments, and that includes operational and under construction developments that are present in the baseline. Beyond that, the landscape and visual assessment contemplates 2 further scenarios. Secondly, by rolling in consented wind farm sites to the picture, and thirdly, application stage projects. It then assesses the additional effects of the proposed development in each of those scenarios. The application stage projects are in the normal way subject to a cutoff date, which in the case of Arecleoch extension is explained in paragraph 101 on the next page as being the 18th of April 2019. Now that's perfectly normal practice to adhere to a cutoff date and agree it with the planning authority at the outset of the assessment, beyond which no new sites that come in are contemplated. And if we turn now to the back of chapter 7, there is a summary table of all of the effects on page 7-44.
Could you give the electronic page number?
I'm actually referring to a hard copy here, to the LVIA. It's the last page of the document before the references. 45 and 46 electronically, I'm told. And if you look at the key at the top of the table, you can see the 3 scenarios I've just explained identified there. So we have the operational under construction around about the middle column, or middle 2 columns. We then have the consented scenario considered, and finally the application scenario. And if you look down to viewpoint 14 Knockdolian, for example, you can see that there is a medium magnitude of cumulative effect assessed in the operational and under construction scenario, which is identified as significant. The reason that there are then no significant effects identified for the other 2 scenarios for that viewpoint is because there are no consented or application stage projects that are relevant to that finding. So I just thought it would be helpful to clarify that, as it is raised by a couple of parties.
Does that mean, Mr. Welsh, that a subsequent application to the present one, such as Clockery, would require to assess the present application as part of its cumulative assessment?
Yes, that is the case. It's in effect a queuing system whereby those projects that come in later, the onus is on them to assess the projects that have gone before or that are still live applications in the planning system.
Thank you. Is there anything else, Mr. Welsh, on cumulative impact, or can we move on?
I think we can move on there.
In that case, I think that the next point to ask you about is paragraph 13 of Mr. Kelly's recognition, the position of SNH, Nature Scott, in their response. Could you help us on that, please?
Yes, Mr. Kelly is suggesting here that significant adverse effects on a nationally important asset imply an automatic Nature Scott objection, and that is not the case in my experience. 2 points I would make, sir. That firstly, Nature Scott's finding was less conclusive than Mr. Kelly indicates. Nature Scott, in its second consultation response, which is CD 216B, said this could result in likely significant adverse impacts on the views from the wildland area and core area of the Dark Sky Park. It also accepted that those effects were capable of being mitigated through a planning condition. And that is precisely the position that the applicant is pursuing here. Aside from that, I would say that when Nature Scott objects to applications, it goes through a detailed process set out in CD 616. I don't think you need to go there, sir, but that's their guidance note 19, which sets out the process by which Nature Scott objects. And I'm aware from my experience on other projects that Nature Scott is perfectly capable of objecting even where nationally important designations or assets are not affected. It has done so in relation to 2 or 3 wind farms in the Highlands and Dumfries and Galloway recently, relying on its Landscapes of Scotland map to argue that the landscape is locally distinctive in a nationally important way. I would say that whatever Mr. Kelly says or thinks about the approach taken by Nature Scott, it's clear to me that they carefully considered the proposals. We have 2 consultation responses from them and decided not to object to this scheme, even accounting for the significant landscape and visual effects that have been identified and that it acknowledges.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Could we move on then, please, to paragraph 15 of Mr. Kelly's recognition, where he refers to the methodologies for assessing turbines which have been approved by Nature Scott, and he questions whether that methodology is fit for purpose in respect of turbines 200 meters high as opposed to those that are only about 100 meters.
Yes, Mr. Kelly is questioning the adequacy of the visualizations in the EIAR to illustrate turbines of 200 meters to tip. Again, in my experience, if Nature Scott is concerned about the adequacy of visualizations, it will raise that in its consultation responses, and it has not indicated here that it thinks that they are inadequate in any way for turbines of this scale. And I would also say that neither has Carol Anderson or any other statutory party. Indeed, in the statement of agreed matters, the council has agreed the wirelines, photomontages and ZTVs are accurate for the purposes of assessment, and that they accord with Nature Scott's guidance in CD, in visual representation. I would also say that the arrival of 200-meter tall turbines was anticipated in 2018 in Carol Anderson's landscape capacity study, paragraph 3.2.2. And if it was felt by Nature Scott or others over the past 2 to 3 years that there was a need to revise the guidance, I think it would have emerged by now. From my own point of view, I consider the current guidance to be perfectly adequate, and it is currently used to visualize turbines of almost 400 meters to tip in offshore situations as well. So it is perfectly adequate for turbines of 200 meters, as is the case here.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Moving on, paragraph 21 of Mr. Kelly's recognition. He has various points at little a about the application proposal. Could I ask you, please, about little a4, the visual representation at Noctolian?
Yes, I'm sure that Mr. Kelly's comment in that paragraph of his recognition is not one of criticism, but I thought it might be helpful to very briefly outline to the reporters and other parties how Nature Scott's visualization standards are manifested in a typical visualization page setup. And sir, if you were to look at visualization 14 in CD 1.3, I'm using a hard copy, but others may be digital. It's figure 7.35. And that's the cover page, which is typical for all of the viewpoint assessments. And on the left-hand side, it provides an indication of the cumulative development evident within the study area and shows the viewpoint location relative to that. On the right-hand side, it provides a detailed map of the viewpoint location and also indicates the various view cones that are then represented in the subsequent figures. The blue view cone indicates where cumulative wire lines are provided. So we can see, for example, for Noctolian, cumulative wire lines were provided for 270 degrees of the view. And the green view cone is where a photomontage and wireline to a larger scale has been prepared, as is standard with Nature Scott visualization guidance. If you then turn the page, you can see in 735A and B the first of the two 90-degree field of view cumulative wire lines. And in that, for example, you can see the relationship between Mark Hill and the proposed development and Kilgallia. Turning a page again, you have the third of the three 90-degree views with the baseline photograph above and the cumulative wire below. Those are all required to be provided at 90 degrees. Turning over to figure 735D, we have a enlarged view, wireline view of the proposed development, and that's the one that's referred to in Mr. Kelly's evidence as excluding or not showing Mark Hill, and that is because Mark Hill doesn't appear within that 53.5 degree field of view. So you have to use the various figures together, the 90 degrees and the 53.5. And the final illustration in a viewpoint bundle is 735E, a photo montage onto the baseline photograph at 53.5 degrees field of view. And that is intended to be held at an arm's length to give as realistic an impression as the human eye might experience in reality. And I hope that helps in just giving a brief run through the bundle, because I imagine we'll come back to those.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Moving on then, in paragraph 21 of Mr. Kelly's recognition, we come to 21B2, viewpoint 15. And we're now in the Clochery landscape and visual impact assessment. Can I ask you your thoughts about this?
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to ensure that you were aware that the entirety of this paragraph and the one preceding it is offering an assessment of Clochery wind farm and not Arecleoch extension. Arecleoch extension is not seen from this viewpoint in Colmanel, and that can be verified by looking at the ZTV shading in JW1. And for the reasons I mentioned earlier, Clochery sits behind Arecleoch extension in the queue, and there was no onus on Arecleoch extension to assess Clochery, as it was not a live application at the time Arecleoch extension was submitted for planning. So the responsibility for assessing the cumulative effect of Clochery and Arecleoch extension rests with the Clochery LVIA, which it does do.
And does the same apply to the Kilgalleoch extension, which is little c?
Yes.
Leaving Mr. Kelly, there's just one or two points from Harriet Ellis's recognition that I'd like to ask you about, please. The first concerns her evidence regarding the significance of the South Ayrshire Scenic Area designation. Could I ask you to comment on that, please?
Yes, the scenic area designation is included in the current local development plan 2014. You can see it on page 39 in that document, and it's described in page 41. I don't think we need to go there, but that's where it's referenced. And the LDP policy protecting the landscape applies to proposals within or next to scenic areas. I just wanted to make the point here that no part of the council's objection to Arecleoch extension relates to its effects on the scenic area designation. And while a short length of the existing access track that will serve the development is within the scenic area, no part of the turbine envelope or wind farm itself is located within it. The council undertook a review of the South Ayrshire scenic area in 2018. Carol Anderson produced a document which is in CD 6.36, and as a result of that review, the council decided to drop the name and introduce local landscape areas, which now feature in its emerging LDP2, which is still pending adoption. A key change between the scenic area and local landscape area designation is that the upper reaches of the Dusk Valley to the south of Bar Hill and including Bar Hill were removed from the designation. And the change from scenic area to local landscape area and the associated reduction can be seen by comparing the map on page 31 of the designations review with JW1, which shows the scenic area boundary. But effectively, all of the area from Bar Hill to the south goes, including the area in which viewpoints 3, 4, 5, 11, and 13 are located. And the reason for the reduction in extent of the designation is clarified in Carol Anderson's inquiry report, which is CD 1612 at paragraph 5.9, where she explains that some areas, either directly or indirectly strongly influenced by wind farm developments, are no longer designated.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Could we move on to a more contentious point raised by Ms. Ellis at page 2 of her recognition, the question of the sufficiency of the setback of the application proposal in relation to the Dusk and Stitcher valleys and on Glen Teague.
Yes, the degree to which the proposed development is considered to be set back into the uplands is a matter for the judgment of the reporters. And of course, Ms. Ellis is entitled to her opinion on this aspect of the proposal. In my professional opinion, and with regard to JW1, and I think it's probably useful to have this in front of us. In my professional opinion, and on the basis of my site visit into the wind farm site, the turbines would be located in an extensive area of commercial plantation, which occupies an elevated and broadly consistent shelf of landform. And it can be seen from JW1 that the turbines approximately are situated around about 200 to 230 meters AOD, which in comparison with surrounding areas is part of the uplands. And that the turbines will be positioned almost 2 kilometers back from the edge of the escarpment, which drops down into the Dusk Valley. You can see on JW1 the green lines of the landscape character types, and 18C, which is the plateau moorlands with forestry and wind farm. The line is some 2 kilometers away from the turbines. I consider that setback to be perfectly appropriate. And indeed, from JW1, you can see by way of comparison that Mark Hill is positioned less than 1 kilometer from the same escarpment or boundary between the two character types. I think also it's relevant to have a look at JW3. You can have that to hand, sir. This figure is a GIS figure which subdivides the landform into 50-meter tranches. And we can see from this that the proposed development is situated between 2 shades of green. One of which very much includes large parts of the operational Arecleoch wind farm. I would also note that Kilgallia, further southeast, is also positioned very much the same elevation as the proposed development. A comparison was made in Carol Anderson's evidence of Arecleoch extension reflecting the Arecleoch scheme. And for your information, sir, there is not a plan, as far as I'm aware, before the inquiry showing the location of that. But if I could provide you with an indication on JW3 of where it sat, it might help to illustrate how much more that development was in the valley. So if you take viewpoint 5 and viewpoint 11 and draw a line south from viewpoint 5 and west from viewpoint 11, where those lines intersect was the core of the Arecleoch wind farm. On the Ordnance Survey map, you can see a level of 164 and the words eyes and hut circle, and that was where the Arecleoch development was positioned. And I think that alone shows, in relation to the topography, how a very different landform was occupied by the respective projects. In relation to being set back, the other point I wanted to look at was viewpoint 5. So it's back to CD 1.3.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Welsh. The audibility is very variable, but I haven't picked up which document you're going to next.
CD 1.3, back to the viewpoints for viewpoint 5.
Yeah, Mr. Welsh, I'll just get that. I think it's perhaps when you turn away from the microphone more. I know it's difficult when you're turning to get documents, but yeah, I can, at your quietest, I can just about hear it. But yeah, we can just try and bear that in mind. But I know it's hard.
Yes, I will do so. And if you could refer to figure 7.26C. I mentioned Mark Hill and Arecleoch and Kilgalleach, and they are visible in other locations in the South Dusk, but viewpoint 5 is one that has been a focus of a number of the inquiry reports. I wanted to make my assessment here clear that I think the wind farm is only seen to partial height in figure 726C. It's seen to be associated with a large-scale band of commercial plantation, which is an upland feature. It's not a valley characteristic. And as you drop down in elevation towards the Dusk River, that effect reduces further, so that we know from Bar Hill at viewpoint 4, you're seeing very little of the development. It is seen, but it is not a dominant or overbearing characteristic. And if the operational wind farms are a reasonable measure to go by, being set back does not mean it has to be hidden. It needs to be perceived as being part of the uplands rather than part of the glen or valley, in my view. Thank you.
I wonder, Mr. Webb, can I just ask a question at this point? It was one that I was going to ask you anyway, about this notion of, I mean, you mentioned in your evidence about the characteristics of the site itself, its upland nature. But of course, what you've now been talking about is how it's perceived from the valley landscape. And we've talked about setback, and at the end there, you said the main thing is, as long as it's the key thing is for it as part of the upland landscape rather than as part of the valley landscape. And the bases of the turbines are hidden here. So am I oversimplifying your point to say that as long as you don't see the turbine bases, then it will be perceived as part of the uplands rather than as part of the valley, or is it more subtle than that?
I think it's slightly more than that, in that it is to do with the proportion of the development, because clearly if you're seeing only the upper parts of it, it is from a perspective perceived as being set further back, but it's about seeing it in the context of the characteristics that are of the upland, and I would include the blanket commercial plantation as being very much an upland characteristic that characterizes both the southwestern side of the Dusk Valley, as we can see in viewpoint 5, but also the eastern side, whereby Mark Hill is positioned in forestry above the glen on the other side. So the forestry is a signal of the landscape lying beyond the smaller scale settled valley, and it is a distinctly upland characteristic.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Welsh. And moving on again, again at page 2, Ms. Ellis says that, however, I consider that the proposal would also affect the Stincher Valley being visible from many points and introducing views of turbines where there had been none before. Could I ask you to comment on that statement, please?
Thank you. Two points again that I would like to make here. With reference to JW1, the Stincher Valley is labelled on the figure. And we can see there the Stincher Valley with any ZTV shading on it isolated to the upper reaches of the valley sides and not the floor of the Stincher itself. There is virtually no theoretical visibility from within the lower lying parts of the Stincher, from where contrasts in scale might be apparent. And secondly, sir, I'd like you to go back to CD 1.3 to EIAR figure 7.18.
Which viewpoint is this for? Sorry.
This is one. Beg your pardon. This is one of the plans in the volume 3A figures.
Yeah, just get that.
And this figure with a lot of green on it is what it is it's a ZTV of the proposed development compared with a ZTV of all of the operational and under construction and consented sites.
I'm sorry, Mr. Welsh, can you just give me the figure again? I'd be just to find it, sorry.
718 in volume 3A.
Okay, thank you. I have that.
It's a cumulative ZTV which compares the ZTVs for the proposed development with the combined ZTV of operational, under construction and consented sites. And the simple point I want to make here is that it's all shaded green, or most of it is shaded green, which means that from where you could see one or other of the consented or operational sites, you could also see the proposed development. So the two are in 99% of the study area seen together, and the additional visibility that the proposed development would introduce is confined to the strips of yellow shading, which are of a very low order indeed. So I was concerned that Miss Ellis, her evidence might infer that there was a greater amount of new visibility than is actually the case. And I think that her position overstates the degree to which the Stincher Valley would be affected.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. I wonder if we could turn now to Mr. Stevenson's recognition. Page 1, he's concerned about the significance of the biosphere, and I wondered if that was something that you had considered.
Thank you. I'm aware that the biosphere is recognized by UNESCO as a world-class environment for people and nature. The landscape and visual assessment was subject to extensive scoping and consultation with South Ayrshire Council. That's reported in section 7.3 of chapter 7, and it included a meeting with council officials on the 29th of January 2019. That meeting identified all of the matters that were to be addressed in the LVIA, and at no point did the council suggest to us that the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire biosphere should be considered as a landscape and visual receptor. I note in the panel report it is referred to in 2 places as a tourism asset, and which is located to the northeast of the site. So clearly the council was aware of it, but at no point they said it should be considered in landscape and visual terms. It's also important to point out to you, sir, that the biosphere is mapped in 3 zones, and they're shown on page 40 of the adopted LDP. And it can be seen from that plan that no part of the proposed development is located within either the core area or the buffer area of the biosphere zoning. The site and almost all of South Ayrshire is located within the transition area, which also includes a substantial number of operational and consented wind farms. And it's clear to me from the LDP that wind farms are capable of being satisfactorily accommodated within the biosphere. I would also say that since reading Mr. Stevenson's recognition again, I verified online that the biosphere has been identified to demonstrate excellence in sustainable development and to lead the green recovery. So I can see some degree of compatibility between renewable energy development and the biosphere. But I would point out that it's strictly not a landscape and visual land use zoning that we would assess in a landscape and visual assessment. On the other part of his comment there, I recognise that the dark sky park is an important issue, and that was considered within the landscape and visual impact assessment. And it may be relevant just to look at JW10 again briefly. Sorry, we've not looked at it yet. JW10. I've included in JW10 the dark sky park boundary, the core area, and the buffer. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a moment, I believe.
While you've got it in front of you at the moment, Mr. Welsh, perhaps it would be helpful to explain what the little black stars are in the key, the dark skies viewing locations, which we see peppered around with numbers on them.
Yes, within the dark sky park, the leaflet that has been produced by Forest Land Scotland tells people where to go if they want to experience the dark sky qualities, and those black dots are lifted from, or black asterisks are lifted from the visitor guide for the dark sky park. And in the environmental statement, we tested each of those locations with wirelines. Those wirelines are included in volume 3D. And it demonstrated that from all of the areas that the public is invited to view the development, view the dark sky from, the development is not visible. Where the development is theoretically visible from is the dark shaded purple areas of this plan, which indicate elevated ground. And in my opinion, that is not an area that people are encouraged to visit at night for very reasons that they are not accessible and safe to do so. But instead, people are directed to the accessible parts of the dark sky park, which would not be affected by the proposed development.
Thank you. I think we can put that to one side for a moment, although I think you'll need to return to it. But can we move on finally to a couple of points from Ms. Anderson's recognition? And the first one arises at paragraph 3.7 of her recognition, where she's explaining her hardening position about aviation lighting, and suggesting that you've acknowledged in your report the difficulties of assessing the effects of turbine lighting because of its novelty. And I just would like to ask you to comment on that, please.
Firstly, I would say that I've not had any difficulty in assessing the effects of aviation lighting. I've prepared detailed evidence on it, and I've also spent a considerable amount of time involved in 5 or 6 nighttime assessments for visible aviation lighting. The point that I make in my inquiry report is that there is an absence of evidence from inquiries such as this on which to form an opinion around the acceptability of lighting effects. It is inherently a subjective matter, and one that, in my opinion, needs to be made in the context of the wider planning balance. Secondly, I'm concerned if the reason Carol Anderson has changed her mind about the lighting effects of the project since making her consultation response is because she's been to see the 2,200 candela lights at Neilston and Middleton wind farms. Gives me some cause for concern because neither of those developments has state-of-the-art light fittings of the type proposed here, as detailed in the lighting assessment in Technical Appendix 7.3, and that's in CD 1.4. And it matters because those operational lights do not have the embedded mitigation in the design of the lens that enables the light emission below the horizontal and above the horizontal to be tightly restricted to a narrow band, which modern current technology is seeking to capture to produce light that is very closely linked to the minimum requirements of the ICAO standard. Nor do they have the dimming technology that goes with those contemporary lights. I'm afraid, sir, there are no fittings currently in operation on wind farms in Scotland that I could direct you to, whereby you could inspect that type of light fitting. Certainly, looking at Neilston and Middleton helps to understand what red light looks like at night, but it's the mitigation that I consider is critical, and it's critical to have an understanding of that.
Sorry, to understand this point, do we need to look perhaps at Appendix 2 to your report, and also to go back to GW10?
Yes. Appendix 2 to my report is a short document. Do you have that, sir? Just to you do. Figure 1, it was just to explain how that state-of-the-art technology works. And lights are currently, they are now available, which have lens design, which allows the 2000 candela in figure 1. We can see that on the left-hand side of the image, to be managed very tightly to within the minimum performance requirements of the international standard. And the lens design allows the intensity of light below -1 to be reduced really very dramatically. And that's what the green, yellow and green shading is showing within that cross section. They also have embedded technology which allows the light to be dimmed. So there is only a requirement in for 2000 candela to operate when visibility from any turbine in the group is less than 5 kilometers. When visibility is greater than 5 kilometers, and it's measured by a sensor on the turbine, when it's greater than 5 kilometers, the lights are permitted to be dimmed to 10% of their capable values, which in this case is 200 candela.
I wonder if I can ask just a couple of questions at this point, whilst you're on it, and they're probably slightly daft questions. The lights, they only come on at dusk, is that right? That they're activated by darkness?
They're activated by a sensor or timer, which requires them to be switched on 30 minutes after official sunset, and requires them to be switched off again 30 minutes before official sunrise.
And when you say visibility, then that means atmospheric visibility, so drizzle or fog, or darkness in terms of visibility.
It is atmospheric visibility as measured from the wind farm using a device called a sensor, which can measure the amount of water vapor, or I think its technical term is aerosols, within the atmosphere around the wind farm. And provided visibility is greater than is measured as being greater than 5 kilometers, the lights will operate in their dimmed mode.
Okay, that's fine. And I also noted that I think there are intermediate lights that would have to go on the turbine columns. Can you just explain? I suppose it's the same two questions. Do they just go on at night in the same way as the other lights do? And I don't see any reference in those to dimming or to the kind of lens that you describe, where the effects change depending on the angle of view. They're more steady and would be. If you can maybe just explain the differences.
That is correct. So they are steady red. They are low intensity, which means they would probably be 32 candela lights, and there would be 3 of them midway up the tower. And you need 3 because they're fitted flush to the tower, and or relatively flush to the tower, and need to cover 360 degrees. But they are of an appreciably lower intensity at 32 candela.
Okay, and so therefore, if you were close by and looking up, if you like, beyond a very narrow angle, those lights would appear brighter than the aviation, than the lights at the top of the hub, simply because of the technology of those lights.
They could do, sir, if you were within one of the negative angle zones where the light light intensity is reduced. Then it is possible that the light on the tower at half the height might be brighter than the light of the medium intensity light.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Sorry, Mr. Thompson, back to you.
What I was just going to refer you to then is figure 2, which is a photograph of a state-of-the-art light fitting on display at an SNH seminar. It's clearly lying on a table rather than fitted in the vertical, but you can see by looking at the ceiling how the red light that is emitting from it is confined to a very narrow band of intensity. And that red band on the ceiling reflects the diagram in figure 1 that I just referred you to.
Mr. Thompson, can I just ask, well, sorry, I don't know if I interrupted you there, Mr. Roche, but I said we would take a break, and I was, most conveniently, that would be after the end of Mr. Welsh's examination in chief, but it's 11:30 now. Is this you know how much longer you in chief is going to take? Because if it's not too long, we can stick with it. But if it's going to be some time, this might be a good time to take a break, Mr. Thompson.
I would envisage only another 10 minutes, perhaps. But this is a perfectly convenient point. I appreciate the time's getting on.
Well, I suppose if Mr. Welsh is okay, my suggestion would be just to carry on, and then the break will allow Mr. Campbell to just 10 minutes to consider what questions he wants to ask, or to reconsider whether the questions he wants to ask. So if Mr. Welsh is okay, let's just press on.
Mr. Welsh. So Mr. Welsh, we've seen the picture of the beam. What effect does it have, and do we see the effect on JW10?
Yes. We are able to map the intensity of light shown in that diagram that we just looked at, and JW10 does that to help us understand where light may be seen from and what intensity it may be seen at. So in the key on the left-hand side of JW10, albeit using slightly different colors to the ones in the previous figure, we've got the intensity for 2000 candela and at its dimmed state 200 candela, keyed in with various colors depending on the elevation, the negative elevation angle from the horizontal as measured from the light fitting. And looking at the figure, this tells us, for example, that the area immediately under the turbines would experience or could experience an intensity of less than 10 candela during its operation at 2000 candela, and below 1 candela when operating in its dimmed mode. As you spread out from the wind farm, and as higher land is encountered, particularly to the east, we can see here the Merrick Range, the intensity increases as the landform gets closer to the horizontal elevation of the light fitting itself. What this figure does not take into account is how the effect of distance might reduce the intensity, the perceived intensity of light. So it can't tell us that, but it can tell us what intensity of light could be perceived from different parts of the study area. And in response to Carol Anderson, I think in her recognition, says that significant adverse effects from the 2000 and 200 candela lights in the Dusk Valley. Well, JW10 tells us that for much of the Dusk Valley, where any light would be seen, it would be of a yellow or orange shading, which is of a very much lower intensity light emission than 2000 or 200 candela. And that is as a direct result of the lower elevation of the Dusk Valley relative to the light fitting. What we can do to give us some measure of the effects of distance is use photomontages, and in 4 photomontages were produced in EIAR volume 3D, which is CD 1.3, and those sought to capture light emissions of 2000 and 200 candela. Now, a point of caution in relation to those is that it's very difficult to capture light at night in a photomontage, and I would say at best the visualizations are an approximation of light fittings at night, but they're also, whilst presenting 2,200 candela, they're also presenting an unrealistic worst case, in that, in my view, when the lights operate at 2,000 candela, you won't be able to see them, or not to that intensity, because it implies the weather will be poor or with water vapor in the air. So there is a health warning when looking at those visualizations. We were criticized by Nature Scott for not undertaking a visualization within the MERIC, and that we have reasons for not doing that at the time. We have got the Clochery visualization from Ben Yellery, which is useful in that it shows the cumulative light picture for the Clochery development, and in that Arecleoch extension is visualized. And in my assessment of that impact from a distance of over 20 kilometers, whilst the light may be seen, it could not be said to be of a significant visual impact. The applicants, final point I would make is that the applicant's commitment to using state-of-the-art technology that I've described is set out in a planning condition, which is going to be subject to discussion at the conditions session of the inquiry. And the mitigation that the applicant is committing to is set out in table 3 in my inquiry report, which identifies the various levels of mitigation, from choice of lamp fitting to dimming through to transponder activation. But key to that is using the best light technology available at the time, because it is developing very, very rapidly.
Mr. Welsh, I wonder if I could take you back to JW10 again and ask you to help me on what might be thought to be slightly worrying purple areas around the Dark Skies Park. I think this drawing shows the Dark Skies Park core area and also the buffer area. But should we be worried about purple colouring?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Thompson. If I may just interrupt, Mr. Thompson, I'm so sorry. The amount of background noise is tremendous, and it's as though somebody hasn't got a microphone off, and there's a noise of papers moving around all the time. And there's no reflection on Mr. Thompson or indeed Mr. Welsh, but it's really impossible for me to hear what the question is. I don't know if anybody else is having the same experience, but it's very difficult. Mr. Stevens is nodding, but
yeah, I'm struggling as well to keep on top of it, I have to say.
Perhaps difficult though maybe if we make sure we're not talking and moving paper at the same time, and it might take us a little bit longer, but yeah, I do want to ensure that everyone can follow what's happening.
Thank you.
I do apologise to Mr. Campbell. I wasn't aware that this was a problem, but we'll certainly try to speak and shuffle at different times. You were helping me to understand about the purple areas on JW10 and whether they should be a cause for concern or not.
My assessment is that those areas of purple which are captured by the west-facing slopes of the Merrick Hill Range, and as reflected in the visualization from Ben Yellery, demonstrate that in operating at 200 candela, the lights of the proposed development would not give rise to a significant visual impact at a distance of over 20 kilometers. None of the land to the east of the Merrick Ridge would be affected by visibility of light from the proposed development. And whilst the dark purple suggests a notable level of intensity, it cannot be divorced from the fact that we are over 20 kilometers away from the source of the lights.
Would the aviation lights be visible from any of the viewing locations in the dark skies area?
No, they would not. They are not only locations where you wouldn't see any of the light, you would not see any part of the development at all from those locations, as shown in the 10 wire lines that are in volume 3D of the EIAR.
And one matter, going back to the dimming question and the reduced visibility, have we any idea the proportion of the time that it would be necessary to have these aviation lights on the full 2000 candela as opposed to the muted 200 level?
Yes, we do. The lighting strategy, aviation lighting strategy paper produced by Cirrus carried out an assessment of meteorological conditions in this area over a period of time and established that the lights would require to operate in their peak 2000 candela mode for approximately 10%, up to 10% of the night time. And as I mentioned earlier, that means they would be operating at 2000 candela at a time when visibility conditions are poor.
And would that be relevant to anybody viewing the site from 20 kilometers away?
In my estimation, somebody on the Merrick Hill range in poor visibility, I understand, would not see the lights at that range in poor weather, in poor visibility conditions. Or if they did, it would be a weak impression of intensity.
And I hope, finally, Mr. Welsh, were you required to consider the impact on the Merrick wildland area?
Yes, the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment Chapter 7 carried out a preliminary assessment of the wildland area and determined that it did not have the potential for any significant effects to arise, and it was scoped out of the detailed assessment. I would add that the description that supports the wildland area makes no reference whatsoever to the nighttime experience as being important to the wildness qualities of that area as well. But it was considered, the wildland area was considered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Welsh. Thank you, sir. That completes my examination in chief.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you. It's now 11:43, so I think it will be good if we can make some progress with cross-examination before we stop for lunch. So I'm going to suggest if we turn mics and videos off, and if we're ready to resume again in 10 minutes at 11:55. Is that sufficient for you, Mr. Campbell, just to get your papers in order?
Yes, plenty, thank you.
Okay, so 11:55 then. Thank you. Okay, that's a little for 11:55. Mr. Welsh, are you back with us?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we'll make a start again. We'll maybe stop for lunch around about 12:30 or thereabouts. I know some people have been struggling to hear what's been going on. I hope you've been able to follow it. I have been, and I've been been able to take my notes. But what I think we'll do is we'll ask our IT staff just to get in touch with the applicants to see if there's anything that can be done maybe for tomorrow to make things a bit better. I think there's a bit of a difference, and it's maybe a question of volume as well. So in the meantime, Mr. Welsh, I don't know whether you're able to, or someone there's able to see if the volumes are high enough, or even whether you can be slightly closer to the screen and the microphone. But perhaps for you and for Mr. Campbell, if we can stick to the discipline of turning our mics off and on during the cross-examination. And I know that can be hard and clunky, but I think that might help other people follow on what's happening. So if we can just bear that in mind if we can. So with that, Mr. Campbell, I will pass over to you.
Thank you, sir. Much obliged. Good morning, Mr. Welsh. You're muted, I'm afraid.
Good morning, Mr. Campbell.
That's better. Thank you. To understand the progression of I'm echoing. I can hear an echo already in the background.
So I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Will, it's going to, I think how we're going to have to do this is when Mr. Campbell's asking a question, Mr. Welsh, you're going to have to keep your microphone off and vice versa. I'm sorry, that will mean it will take a little bit longer. I think that's probably the way we have to do it.
Okay, may I start again then? Good morning, Mr. Welsh. Good afternoon now, I think nearly. I'd like to try and understand a little bit about the progression that you take, that you undertake in order to reach your conclusions.
Yes, that's fine. I can hear you.
If I may begin then, I think we understand that the project promoters come to you and they say, we have an idea for a wind farm development in this location, and we'd like you to assess it for us in landscape and visual terms.
Yes, it is normal. It is normal for a landscape and visual impact assessor to be brought into a project with other environmental skill sets to advise on a project, often at feasibility stage, ahead of a formal environmental statement being commissioned. So much of our work in the early stages is undertaking feasibility on sites and giving advice as to what we think the nature of the landscape and visual effects may be.
Indeed, I understand that, and that's obviously at the behest of the promoter, of the applicant.
Yes, it is.
The environmental statement, which is the first document in the sequence, I think names the team of people who were consulted by the applicant, including your own company.
Yes, it normally does.
And so we start with an environmental impact assessment, and I understand that's a document that evolves. It doesn't just all appear one day. It evolves and is innovated upon until finally it's ready. Landscape and visual assessment takes up chapter 7, doesn't it?
Yes, that's the case.
And your objective in compiling that chapter, I'm sorry, I should have checked. It's not all your work, is it? It's your company's work.
Yes, typically writing a landscape and visual assessment will involve 4 or 5 people in my company covering different aspects of the work, as well as producing GIS, graphics, visualizations, and it is then subject to review by a director, which in this case was myself.
Thank you. I'm not making anything of the fact that it's not all your own work. Please don't think that. I understand that a team works upon it. The objective of the exercise, I think, then, is to identify significant effects on the landscape and the visual resource, and really to label them as significant or not significant, as the case may be, and to do that in a systematic way that can be presented.
Yes, that is correct. It's important that you set out your methodology very clearly at the outset, and that you follow that methodology in a rigorous and systematic way in order to identify the significant adverse effects of the proposed development.
Thank you. Now, alongside Chapter 7 of the environmental statement, which tells us of your conclusions, we have Technical Appendix 7.1, which is described as landscape and visual methodology. And that's part of the company's work, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Now, I wanted to ask you one question about that, if I may. That's in Chapter 7, and if I could ask you to turn to sorry, Mr. Welsh, just bear with me a second.
Just for anyone else following, if it assists, it's CD 1.4, and in the PDF version of that, I think it's in 6 parts. So this is the one that's volume 4A, PA 7.1. So it's the first part of CD 1.4 in my bundling.
I made a note, but I can't find the paragraph. I think the note must be incorrect. I'll come back to it. In neither the environmental statement nor the technical appendix is there any mention of subjective acceptability of any part of the project, is there?
No, it's not normal practice for the assessment to cast a professional opinion on the acceptability of a development, albeit that in the closing sections of the conclusions in the LVIA, it discusses the ability of the development proposal to be accommodated. So it's referred to in those terms, but I would agree with you that the Chapter 7 does not draw conclusions on the acceptability.
And the same is true of the technical appendix.
Technical Appendix 7.1 is strictly the methodology, and it does not invite the assessor to consider the acceptability of the proposal.
And when we got to the statement of case, which is the third step in the process in October 2020, there are clear references back to the environmental statement and to the technical appendix. And once again, there are no assessments of acceptability, are there?
Not within the environmental not within the environmental impact assessment.
No, I'm sorry, my fault. I was asking about the statement of case. Did you prepare the statement of case for the applicant?
Yes, there were several. I prepared the one on landscape and visual.
And that also does not reach a conclusion, does it, about acceptability? Doesn't use the word acceptable. Perhaps to save time, Mr. Welsh.
It does. That's why I just wanted to double check the reference. It's paragraphs 2.9 in the statement of case, discuss acceptability. That's where I introduced it.
I'm sorry that I missed that. We'll get to the inquiry report next, don't we? And in the inquiry report, if I may suggest, there's a bit of a change of tone, because acceptability and your conviction for the project take center stage, don't they?
I wouldn't put it in those terms, and I had canvassed in the statement of case for topic 2 6 or 7 or 8 paragraphs of text under the heading acceptability of effects. So it wasn't something we suddenly landed on in our inquiry reports.
In the inquiry report, at paragraph 111, you say, I remain convinced that the effects of the proposed development are acceptable insofar as landscape and visual matters are concerned. So we've gone from an assessment of significance, haven't we, to an expression of conviction by you as a witness.
Yes, because one is an objective statement, that is the environmental statement, and by the time you come to an inquiry report, it is an opportunity for an expert witness to present their expert opinion. So the documents serve separate and different purposes.
I think I understand what the documents are used for, but you say, I remain convinced. I remain convinced. When did you become convinced?
When I produced the statement of case, that was the first time I set down my opinion on acceptability. Mr. Campbell, I think you're muted.
I do beg your pardon. In the inquiry report, we come to paragraph 2.8. And there you say, it is the acceptability of the findings in the LVIA, in landscape and visual terms, that forms a principal basis of disagreement between the parties, alongside some difference of opinion as to the significance of particular effects. Ms. Anderson doesn't use the word acceptability or acceptable. She uses the word appropriate. In your view, Mr. Welsh, is there a difference?
I am not certain what definition Ms. Anderson uses to define the terms she used. I prefer to set out very clearly what I have included as criteria in an assessment of acceptability. And I'm also very clear to point out that I'm not passing judgment on the acceptability of the development in planning terms. It's an opportunity for me to set down my professional opinion for a reporter, and for that reporter to decide whether that assists him or not. It's something I do at every inquiry, and I am sometimes criticised for it, but also Scottish ministers have said they take no issue with me doing it.
Well, that wasn't quite the question I asked you. Ms. Anderson uses the term appropriate or inappropriate. I asked you whether you thought that was.
My answer to you is that I'm not sure what constitutes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mr. Campbell?
I can hear you fine.
Video appears to be coming and going. My answer to you is that I'm not certain what the criteria are that Miss Anderson applies when reaching an opinion on something being appropriate or inappropriate.
In your mind, do they mean the same thing, or do you not know, or would you rather not say?
I would prefer an approach where an explanation is clearly set out as to what constitutes an acceptable or an unacceptable situation. I don't know what I just do not know what factors Miss Anderson is using in defining those terms, because they're not defined.
All right. Well, your use of the term acceptability leads me to ask myself, well, what does he mean by acceptability? And you helpfully provide at 2.10 of the inquiry report and following certain observations about acceptability. I wonder if we could just look at those, please, if you have them.
Yes, I have those.
Thank you. In the first place, it seems from 2.12 that what you're talking about is an assessment of the inherent characteristics of the landscape, which, as you say, may be robust in its physical characteristics or of an appropriate scale, or where the special qualities of the designation are not particularly well expressed at the local level. Now, in this case, there isn't a designation to worry about, but there is a landscape to be concerned about. Is that the sole criterion for acceptability? Robustness and scale?
I set them out in greater detail in section 2.17.
Thank you. So it's not the only criterion for acceptability. 212, is that right?
That's correct, and I set out 9 bullet points later on.
Yes, well, I'm coming to that, Mr. Welsh. I'm sorry if I'm being a bit slow for you, but you wrote these words, not me. Findings of acceptability will reflect an assessment of inherent characteristics, which may be robust, may be of an appropriate scale. That's not the only thing, is it?
No, and I don't suggest it is the only thing.
No, and I haven't put that to you, so you don't need to be defensive about it. When we get to 2.17, we have a series of bullet points. Just before I get there, though, just to keep this in a sequence, at 2.13, you talk about the operational wind farm development within the area around the site. And I take it, I beg your pardon, I take that to mean the Arecleoch 1 decision. Is that right?
Yes, that would be one example. Kilgalleoch is also fairly visible from the vicinity of the site, as is Mark Hill and other projects, but Arecleoch 1 would be the most obvious operational wind farm.
We do know, don't we, that that is a project to which my client counsel did not object.
Yes, I understand that.
Yes. And we do also know that there was no public inquiry in respect to it.
That's
right?
That is correct.
Have you read the decision letter for that project.
I'm afraid, Mr. Campbell, I only heard part of that.
Well, I don't know whose fault it is, but I thought we were supposed to have broadband in every home by 2020, but perhaps not. Mr. Welsh, are you aware that there wasn't an inquiry in the first Arecleoch application?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware, sorry, have you read the decision letter which Scottish ministers issued?
No.
Help me, please, if you will, with 2.15 in your inquiry report. In this report, you say, to assist the reporter's understanding of the applicant's position, Open goes a step further and provides its experienced professional judgment on the acceptability of the significant effects, which is identified purely from a landscape and visual perspective. This is in order to assist the reporters in understanding the nature. How does the experience that you bring to this examination help the reporters understand the significant or the nature of the significant effects when that job has already been done in the EIAR, and in the statement of case?
The EIAR does not tell the reporters whether those effects are considered to be acceptable or not, and therefore in writing my evidence for an inquiry, I go a step further and I give them my professional opinion on the acceptability of the significant and not significant effects identified in the EIAR.
You trespass, don't you, into the area of the advocate. You're not a detached professional observer identifying significant effects. By allowing yourself to do this, you've become an advocate for your cause. Have you not?
I would say not. I'm presenting a professional opinion within very clearly defined parameters set out in my inquiry report in this section 2.17, and they are intended to help the reporters understand my opinion. I'm not seeking to cast a planning balance, and indeed you said to me that Ms. Anderson took a similar approach but used slightly different words, appropriate and inappropriate. So if we are both seeking therefore to provide the reporters with our professional opinion on those effects.
Well, two wrongs may not make a right, Mr. Welsh, but in any event, you tell us at 2.17 that the factors that you've included include the following, and then there's a series of bullet points. If I could take you there, please.
Yes, I have those.
Thank you. Now, just running my eye down those and trying to abbreviate them for the reporters, they are in turn scale, value, scale of landform, which may be the same thing as the first, separation distance, scale again, massing, nature, sensitivity, magnitude, extent, how the changes are seen, the findings of the LVIA itself, and whether the landscape becomes a wind turbine landscape. I hope I don't do you injustice by abbreviating the matter in this way, but what I'd like to ask you is, how on earth are those any different from what somebody would do carrying out a landscape and visual impact assessment? Are they not exactly the same thing?
They are all matters that would be assessed in carrying out a landscape and visual impact assessment, but the assessment is unable to paint a picture as to whether those effects are acceptable or not. It's purely going a step further, but those are the characteristics or the factors that will render a development in the landscape acceptable or not.
Factors that would render a development unacceptable are likely first to have been found to be significant, are they not?
No, that I would say that's not the case, because a significant effect does not equate to an unacceptable effect.
No, I'm sorry, but that's a semantic argument. If there were factors in the examination of this proposal found to be significant, then they could either be adverse, or they could be beneficial, or they could be neutral.
Yes, that is correct.
Correct. It's unlikely, isn't it, inherently unlikely, that a recommendation to not proceed with a project would be based on anything other than significant effects, significant adverse effects.
I would accept that a planning decision would pay most regard to those significant effects, because the not significant ones are less harmful. It's patently the case.
So sorry if could you answer that question again?
I would expect a planning decision to take account of the significant effects from a development proposal, as the not significant effects are likely to be considered less harmful, and therefore, whilst not ignored, would attach less weight to them.
I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's my fault. I'm not talking about not significant effect, because you're entitled to ignore those in an environmental statement. But if a decision is taken not to proceed, it's likely to be because an assessor in one area or another has found an adverse significant effect and said to his employers, you can't go ahead because of X or Y or Z. That's likely to be the case, isn't it?
It is likely to be the case that a decision to proceed or abandon a development is founded on an interpretation of those significant effects, because we all know that development of this nature gives rise to significant adverse effects, and therefore some element of judgment is needed by a specialist, whether that's somebody in relation to peat or ornithology. Some further stage of evaluation is needed to determine whether that effect is acceptable or not, likely to be acceptable or not.
The degree of significance is already, as it were, laid down in the environmental statement. The expert has viewed the project and produced that report. In every case where significance, as found in the LVIA, is either neutral or adverse, you have nevertheless judged it to be acceptable. And I put it to you, Mr. Welsh, that that's actually a conflict of professional judgment. On the one hand, you say things are significant. On the other hand, you say, but you can ignore them because they're acceptable. That's Morton's fork, isn't it, for you?
I don't say that they should be ignored. I am simply setting down, for the benefit of the reporters, my professional opinion as to their acceptability in relation to a set of criteria I specify.
Do you agree with me that the 9 criteria or yardsticks which are set out in 2.17 are all matters which would be considered at the EIAR stage?
They are topics, but I discuss it, for example, in the 9th bullet point to acceptability. And acceptability is not considered in an EIAR, but they are topics that would be considered in an EIAR.
So we can write that down, can we? There are topics that would be considered in an EIAR. Yeah?
Yes.
Where is the list of different topics which would be considered in any assessment of acceptability?
It is how you interpret those factors. You don't. In my inquiry report, I have set down my professional opinion. In an environmental statement, it has to be a reasoned professional position in relation to a methodology.
Quite so.
The report goes further.
Quite so. And you, I'm sorry, you tell us at 216 that acceptability requires a professional judgment by experienced landscape architects. You also tell us elsewhere that your methodology corresponds with the GLVIA. Now, Mr. Welsh, nowhere can we find any criteria which you apply in exercising professional judgment as to acceptability. But would you agree with me?
Are you saying nowhere in GLVIA?
In the evidence before this inquiry.
I must be misunderstanding your point, Mr. Campbell. My evidence sets out my professional opinion on acceptability, and I draw conclusions on that.
Well, I'm sure it's my fault, Mr. Welsh, as usual, but I can't find any basis on which you purport to exercise professional judgment as to acceptability, which is any different from what may be in the EIAR. I think they're the same thing.
I do not, because we do not draw conclusions on acceptability in an objective LVIA.
The reality is this, Mr. Welsh, acceptability is not for you, is it? Acceptability is for the reporters, and otherwise there would be no point in having this process.
I am very clear in my inquiry report to say that I am not making any judgment in relation to the planning balance. I'm making a professional opinion known on landscape and visual effects. It is for the reporters to weigh those up in the planning balance, and I accept that, and I've been perfectly clear to accept that in my inquiry report.
Yeah, but on your approach, Mr. Welsh, anything that is significant could be labelled as acceptable, and that would render the need for this type of examination completely, it would render it completely unnecessary, wouldn't it? Because you could say, and you could expect to be believed and accepted. Well, there are adverse views, there's adverse this, there's adverse that, but they're all acceptable. So just grant permission.
I think your hypothesis there fails to take into account that during the EIA process, a lengthy iterative process is engaged, which does knock out effects that landscape advisors like myself tell our clients are unacceptable, and modifications are made. That is the whole basis underpinning the design of a wind farm layout. You iteratively test it against the various criteria I've identified. And if we find an effect is likely to be unacceptable, we will report that. And it, in most cases, involves amendments to schemes.
Would you agree then that that answer means you're applying some criterion of acceptability at the EIA stage, not simply at the inquiry report stage?
Landscape and visual is an inherently subjective topic, and some element of professional judgment goes into it at all stages. But I come back to the point that the LVIA does not draw conclusions on acceptability, but it does play a very active role in mitigation of a wind farm from inception through to the application being submitted. I have identified in my CV, in my inquiry report, where I have advised clients that schemes are not defensible. So I would say we have a professional judgment to make, which in some instances leads to projects being abandoned.
And that means that at an early stage, you have applied, using your professional judgment, considerations of acceptability to a proposal put forward by your client.
We may well apply that judgment, and particularly at feasibility stage, but it is not something that is expressed in an independent, objective environmental statement.
I'm still in the dark. What is the difference in your terms between acceptability in landscape and visual terms, paragraph 2.15, I think, 2.16, and an assessment of significance in landscape and visual terms? What criterion do you apply to differentiating between ability and significance in landscape and visual terms?
That they are completely different assessments. Significance is a measure of impact applying a bespoke methodology. Acceptability might vary from one landscape to another, landscape architect to another, as it clearly does in this case. And therefore, it shows that whilst we both might agree on a significant effect, one of us thinks it's acceptable and the other does not. So it is a different judgment is made.
And I put you by expressing acceptability in that way, having done the significance test, that actually all you're doing is appearing here as an advocate for Scottish Power Renewables. You're not a detached observer, because you've got your client on your shoulder and you've departed from the median where you should have stayed, which is simply to identify what's significant and leave it to the reporters to decide what's acceptable.
Well, I would have to disagree with you, Mr. Campbell, and it would appear from your opening statement that Carol Anderson is here under the same premise, if that is the case.
Well, let's deal with her. Let's deal with her. In case I'm wrong, Mr. Campbell, I went to your precognition, which is CDs 15.27.
Mr. Campbell,
acceptability.
Forgive me. If you're moving on to a different point, this might be a good time to break for lunch. But if it's still related to the last point, I'll let you continue, and then you just tell me when you're moving on to a different point. I'll leave it in your hands. Thank
you, sir. That's very kind. Just wondered if I might be wrong about this, Mr. Welsh. So I went to your precognition, which is, I think, CD 15.27. And I find that acceptability, of course, remains in play. But I was interested in the precognition. If we go to 3.1, which are your conclusions, factors, again, bullet pointed at 3.1. You can just tell me if I'm wrong, but are these not exactly the same factors, just expressed another way, that we find in the inquiry report?
Yes, the conclusions that I've set out in my inquiry report are same conclusions I have referred to in my precognition. I haven't changed my assessment of my conclusions between the two.
Just before we break then, the biggest surprise to me in reading these documents was that there does not appear to be any assessment of the impact of having turbines on this proposed location, which is 60% bigger wind farm. That increase in height, by any measure, is pretty significant. Yet I don't find your analysis of the increase in height anywhere. I may have missed it, but I'll put that to you as a serious omission.
Well, I would say that my whole of my evidence is predicated on an assessment of this development, and indeed in which I acknowledge is 200 meters to tip. All of the visualizations that I have relied on illustrate that. My ZTV analysis is of that. And indeed, in our statement of case, we advised the reporter on the difference in rotational speed between the larger and smaller turbines. So it is the proposed development that my evidence is based upon, Mr. Campbell.
I quite see that. My point was a slightly different one. Again, I'm sure it's my fault, but there is a considerable disparity in height between existing and proposed, yet what is proposed is described as an extension. That is to say, part of the original. I think that's what extension means. It's not really an extension, is it? It's a brand new wind farm of a different caliber.
It is an extension of an existing wind farm, and I think we've agreed that in the statement of agreed matters. And if you have regard to our inquiry statement for topic 2, we identify a number of other wind farm clusters across Scotland where extensions of the order of scale that we're talking about here are manifest elsewhere as a demonstration of the advancement of technology. So I've been perfectly clear that I understand the difference in scale here.
You keep wandering to other locations. Just thinking about this location, I'm right, aren't I, that the proposed development, the turbines in the proposed development, though fewer in number, will be 60% taller than those existing. That's a correct statement, isn't it?
I haven't checked the percentage, but I'm prepared to take it from you. I'll check that over lunch. But they're substantially larger.
Yeah,
that's patently obvious to me.
I think from 120 meters to 200 meters, but you're correct if I'm wrong. Sir, if that would be a convenient time for you, I have one other topic only to deal with Mr. Welsh. I'm sorry that I'm forcing him into Purda for lunchtime, but I would perhaps be half an hour more, so this may be an appropriate time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. I would, so that's 20 to 1. So 45 minutes would take us to, quick maths, what's that would be, 25 past 1. Mr. Welsh, is that enough time for you just to get some lunch and get some lunch taken?
Absolutely fine for me, thank you, sir.
Okay, so if we aim to return, or I'll be ready to return and start again at 1:25 then, and as Mr. Campbell highlighted, and of course you know, we won't be discussing the evidence with in the meantime with Mr. Thompson. Thank you very much, and I'll see you all at 1:25. Mr. Stevenson, before we start again, I just, I was referring to the problems with audibility. I just want to know, how was that last session for you? Could you follow what was going on okay?
Yes, I could. John Campbell's video went in and out occasionally. I occasionally lost some of what he was saying, but listening to the response from Mr. Welsh, I was able to pick up exactly what the question must have been. So it requires a bit of deduction on occasion.
It does, thank you. I mean, I just asked just because obviously what you hear might be relevant to what questions you want to ask, if indeed you want to ask any. So I'm just making sure that you can follow what you need to follow. And if anyone's having a problem with that, then just make it known to us and we'll see what we can do. For my part, I heard that. It was difficult to follow sometimes, but I certainly heard what I needed to hear. But I just want to check that it's not just me that needs to hear what
just draw your attention to the fact that Ian Kelly's screen is flickering very badly at the moment. For me, I don't know about anybody else. It's stabilizing now.
It's okay for me.
It's flickering up between Mr. Campbell and Mr. Kelly.
It might be a problem at your end, Mr. I can certainly see something. If Mr. Welsh is there, then Mr. Campbell, I'll just pass back over to you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say that it ought to be an easy matter for a former member of the European Parliament to work out the question from the answer. But at least we don't have to have any translators here. If Mr. Welsh is with us, there he is. Hello, Mr. Welsh, good afternoon.
Hello.
I'd like to ask you about a few questions about lighting, if I may. This is quite new territory, isn't it? There have been a couple of inquiries where it's been relevant, but it's not possible yet. State-of-the-art installation in place. I think that's right, isn't it?
That is correct, Mr. Campbell. New technology. It's relatively new. I was just saying that it is relatively new technology. Putting red lights on structures in the landscape is not new, but putting them on wind turbines is new, and the technology is developing very rapidly, as I mentioned earlier.
What you provided to us with JW10 and the appendices to it are, I think, pieces of information constructed, am I right, by yourselves and the applicants?
JW10 was produced by Open, and I'm not too sure what other appendices. Are you talking about the EIAR appendices? Appendix 2 to my...
I have two appendices. Two appendices in relation to JW, and one appendix in relation to topic 2, the lighting topic, which is the one that contains this drawing.
Yes.
I'm sure you can see that. Perhaps you can't. The one that contains figure 1 that you talked about. Are you comfortable talking about the...
I didn't get that. I beg your pardon, Mr. Campbell, I didn't get that.
Are you quite comfortable talking about this topic?
Yes, I am, insofar as the technology is concerned and the impacts.
Do you agree that the wind turbines at Neilston and Middleton, is it Middlefield or Middleton, an example of lighting which you say is not proposed in this case.
They are helpful insofar as they show, in the case of Middleton, 2,200 candela lights operating side by side. But where they fall down in terms of Arecleoch extension is that they do not show the type of technology that we are proposing here in terms of how the beam width is controlled and its ability to be dimmed.
Have I missed it or specification before the inquiry?
Yes, there is a technical appendix to the EIAR which is technical appendix 7.3.
Got that. I wasn't quite what I asked you, Mr. Sorry. I asked you whether we had a manufacturer's specification in front of us. I think I'm correct. All we have in front of us is technical appendix 7.3.
Which describes the performance specification for a particular light fitting called an Obelux. Yes, the technical information in TA 7.3 includes the details of a particular light fitting, which is the basis on which the ZTVs have been produced. Furthermore, before the inquiry, we also have a paper produced by Cirrus setting out the aviation lighting strategy, which is CD 15.26.
For the rest, you're content that this is dealt with by way of condition, is that right?
Yes, I'm perfectly happy that the aviation lighting matter is discussed at the condition stage, as long as we've covered off any matters to do with visual impact here.
Okay. One of the features condition which governs the lighting at Middleton and Neilston is that the light must be visible from all directions. Is that intended to be the same here?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
All horizontal directions.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And that means, doesn't it, that either be one bulb with a 360-degree light emission capability, or there will be a series of bulbs around the circumference of the tower or nacelle?
No, it is one. The type of lamp that I included in Appendix 2 to my inquiry report is a single light fitting that has got a particular lens that will project 360 degrees and controlled within either side of the horizontal as shown in Appendix 2.
Yes, I see that, but that is only a diagram, and therefore I think the question is legitimate. Now, isn't it the case that in a situation where you lamp emitting light in the dark, that from one point of view or another, the rotating blades will show that as intermittent light, because they will pass the light every time they rotate?
It depends where you are standing relative to the wind turbine, but if the blades are between you and the light fitting, then it is possible that you will see a flickering effect, and I've described that in my inquiry report.
Is it within your knowledge that the majority of complaints about lighting at Neilston Middleton have been because of this intermittency, because of this, in effect, stroboscopic effect, where the blade passes between the viewer and the lamp?
I've not read anything before the inquiry to that effect, I'm afraid. I wasn't aware of that.
All right, thank you. Do you know what a candela is?
It is the light emitted by one candle.
Yeah. And is it a subjective measurement of luminescence or light emission, or is it an objective measurement?
I would have said it was the latter, an objective, but I'm not certain on that.
And we've agreed, I think, that the light on the proposed turbines will be continuously on during prescribed hours.
Yes, that is the intention, unless a further element of mitigation is secured, whereby a transponder activated lighting solution was put in place, as described in the lighting strategy.
Yes, well, I see that, but that's some distance away and is not available at the present time, is it?
It is not available at the present time, but the industry and the CAA is working towards it. That is my understanding.
Just like radar, Mr. Welsh, they've been working towards it for years. If you could turn up JW10 again, please. If I've understood you correctly, I'm so sorry, can you hear me?
Yes,
it's very bad today, this, I'm sorry. I don't know why the toing and froing is so difficult. If you've got JW10 in front of you, can you help me to understand the yellow and orange shading around the site when corresponded with the purple shading to the right-hand side of the map? Am I to understand that the yellow and orange shading is an indication of the intensity of light emitted, or something else?
It needs to be read in conjunction with the key on the left-hand side of the figure.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing, but I'm trying to understand it.
Well, the yellow is the yellow reflects areas where the intensity of light that could be perceived, it is theoretical because of trees, but theoretically in the areas colored yellow, the light that you perceive would be below 10 candela in intensity when the light is operating in a 2000 candela mode. When it's dimmed to 10% of that value, in the right-hand column, we can see it would drop to 1 candela. And that's the intensity of the light at that negative angle. As you move away from the turbine light, that angle changes, and hence you get the other patterns of color.
Okay, now, when you say the intensity of light, and you refer me to the key, are you talking about the intensity of light emitted or the intensity of light received by an observer?
In intensity of light emitted as the amount of light received by an observer will depend on distance.
Right, and you say that in note A in the key, I think.
That is correct.
Help me to understand then the areas 10, 20, 30, 40, the fourth circle out next to the dark sky park outline. Why are those areas shaded in dark purple?
That is because the light is at the alignment of the light at 2000 candela at its most intense extends horizontally from the Arecleoch site. It passes over the Dusk Valley, over the Carrick Forest, and hits the elevated land on the Merrick Range. So the reason that that's dark purple on the Merrick is because it is at a similar, it is within the part of the beam width that is most intense.
So we can see that the purple, the dark purple patches are dictated by topography, not by intensity of lighting.
Well, they are dictated by topography, needs to be at the same elevation as the light fitting in order to experience the most intense beam, because it's managed in this horizontal alignment.
Yes, I'm sure it's my fault. I had understood that the dark purple was a level of greater intensity of light, but what in fact it is a measure of topography as between a viewer in that area and the turbine lighting on the site.
Yes, it tells us theoretically somebody standing in that purple area could experience light at an intensity of 2000 candela or 200 candela, subject to distance.
The purpose of these lights is what? Did you hear the question? The purpose of the lights is what?
It is to assist their detection by aircraft.
Yeah. In other words, they have to be seen.
They require to be seen by aircraft that has no other means to identify the turbines.
Okay. And does it not therefore follow that whilst I understand figure 1, that the red cone has got to be sufficiently wide so that it can be viewed not only horizontally, but from an upper level, a higher level, as aircraft come towards the wind tunnel?
The international standard requires for that level of intensity to be experienced from -1 up to +2 above the horizontal. So that's why we get that 3-degree band where that intensity is required.
I see. So anything higher than sorry.
That's right. That's an international standard. That's not something peculiar to the UK.
So that anything looking at the light from higher than 8 degrees from the horizontal would not see it. Is that correct?
Correct. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Wonder, Mr. Campbell, if I can just here about the lighting. It's just one that's occurred to me, so apologies for just asking while we're on the subject.
Of course.
So I understand, I think, Mr. Welsh, what you're talking about in terms of the angles and this map plotting the lower levels of intensity based on angle. I just wonder whether those performance characteristics or specs, what do they assume about atmospheric conditions? Because one might imagine that works best in clear, dry air, but if it's foggy or humid or drizzling or raining, that the very clear horizontal beam can that get deflected, or can you start to see the effects more strongly in different atmospheric conditions, so that it might not, would those reduced levels of intensity always hold good regardless of the atmospheric conditions?
I suspect, sir, if there was particularly foggy, wet conditions, it's possible that you might get a level of glow from the red light. But in terms of clear conditions, those angles hold true. The light fittings are very precise in terms of how they emit that beam of light, as shown in the photograph at the SNH seminar. It's a very distinct pattern of light being thrown.
But we don't have, I suppose the question is in two parts. Does this assume a particular type of atmospheric condition, or perhaps you don't know? But secondly, I suppose we don't, even if it does, we don't have details as to how humidity or other atmospheric conditions would affect this performance.
No, I couldn't give you that with any certainty, sir. All I can say is that the reason international standard seeks 2,000 candelas is that it deems that to be adequate for aircraft safety, and that's applied globally.
Yeah, my question is more about the performance of the light rather than why that standard's 2,000, and so it might still meet that standard, but have a differing effect on the ground based on the weather or the atmospheric conditions. I mean, it's fine if that's as far as we take it, then that's okay. I'm just trying to clarify if we know more about the performance in different weather conditions.
My understanding is that because of the design of the lens, it couldn't be any more intense at negative angles because of atmospheric conditions. You might perceive a red glow, but you would not experience direct light of a higher intensity at a greater negative angle.
Okay, thank you. Apologies, Mr. Campbell, it just occurred to me at that point.
Not at all, sir. In figure 1, Mr. Welsh, if we look in the left-hand half, we see the 2,000 candela red area projecting above the horizontal 3 degrees. Is that right?
Yes.
Now that's actually a cone, isn't it? It's not a parallel. I don't know how to express this. It's not a shaft of light which has got parallel sides. It's actually conical.
No, I think the easiest thing, Mr. Campbell, is to look at the next photo, and you can, although it's lying on the table, you can see along the ceiling that very narrow band of red, and that's what projects is like a band of red light. This is not one bulb, it's a multiple LED configuration.
I do see that, Mr. Welsh, but in the photograph of the seminar which you've provided with the red bar of light on the ceiling, the distance from the source to the reflection is probably not more than, what, 2 meters at the most.
That's correct.
My proposition to you, mounted on a wind turbine, this device will project a shaft of light which is conical in the sense it may have a horizontal base, but it will have an elevated upper limit, so that what goes out from the top of the turbine is in fact a cone of light.
Well,
how far it goes how far
I understand the point that you're making, and it is certainly the case that red, the expanse of 2,000 candela would continue out at between 0 and 3 degrees, and that dimension gets bigger the further away you are, but it doesn't get less than 0 or greater than 3.
Sorry, you're on mute,
I can't.
Campbell.
I'm so sorry. I don't know where you lost me, but what I think your reply was that it continues out at 0 and 3 degrees, projects out from the source. By definition, a 3-degree angle from the source will continue to climb, won't it? And so that at 1 mile, 3 miles, it will be greater. It will be a greater distance of light.
That is correct, and that's how aircraft detect it.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm not sure that you have, on this topic, attempted to demonstrate the extent to which light from these sources would dissipate over distance. In the key to the plan at JW10, you say perception of theoretical candela intensity does not take account of distance. I quite see that, but I don't think you've attempted to, well, calculate, I suppose is the right word. I don't think you've attempted to calculate how much light dissipates over distance.
What we have done, Mr. Campbell, is produce photo montages at different distances from the light source, and in those montages we've simulated 2,200 candela lights with reference to lights that we have inspected. The lights in the montages, as I said in chief, do not accommodate the mitigation that I've talked about in terms of dimming. So, for example, we produced a nighttime visualization from Bar Hill, and it shows 2,200 candela as a worst case.
I've seen those, thank you, and I'm sure the reporters will find them helpful as far as they go. Now, one other matter, I can stop, I think. The question of the Arecleoch decision. You cover this in your inquiry report and also in your precognition. I think Ms. Anderson says there are some similarities. That was an application that was refused, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you make the point that the location for the proposal was closer to the Dusk Valley than the Arecleoch extension.
Yes, the application site bridged across the character type boundaries, so it was partially within the intimate pastoral valley and partly within the uplands, situated some 50 meters lower down in the landscape than Arecleoch extension or Arecleoch is.
How did the heights of the turbines compare?
I cannot precisely remember the height of them. I'd have to check that.
Okay, I think the turbines, Arecleoch, were all in the Plateau Moorland LCT, although part of the access track was in the other LCT, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was described by the reporter as bridging across the character types and being perceived at the head of the valley, how he described it.
He's technically correct because it's all part of the application, but the turbines were all in the Plateau LCT, but not as high as the Arecleoch extension.
Yes, I do not. I'm just checking what height they were. They were 161 meters to tip.
Didn't hear him. Sorry.
They were 131 meters to tip.
So a 70-meter difference.
Yes.
David, we've lost Mr. Campbell, I think. Can you hear us, Mr. Campbell?
We'll maybe just wait, pause a moment and see if he comes back. Otherwise, I might take a break and see if we can sort it out.
I suspect these may be logged off and going to try and join us again. Seems to have vanished from the screen.
If people want to take 5 minutes, I'll stay on and I can. If you come back at 2 o'clock, or just let's say 2 o'clock, and maybe you'll be back with us. But I'll stay on in the meantime. And if any of our IT colleagues are listening, I don't know if they're able to help Mr. Campbell come back. We'll just take a few minutes.
Just testing the sound level again to check that this is clearly audible. Sound better? Testing.
Yes, that sounds fine to me, Mr. Welsh.
I'm extremely sorry. I'm extremely sorry. I have no idea what happened.
No need to apologise. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. It's a small matter, Mr. Welsh, but in the appendix to your list of wind farm projects which you have assessed, there's a list of those that have been granted. There isn't a list of those that have been refused, but have some been refused on landscape and visual grounds, even although you have deemed them to be acceptable?
Yes, I acknowledge that in my CV that I've also been involved in projects that have been refused planning permission where I have considered them to be acceptable.
Okay, I'm obliged to you, Mr. Welsh. Thank you for your help with my questions. So thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Next, slated to be cross-examining next is Mr. Kelly. Are you in a position to proceed right now, Mr. Kelly, or do you need a bit of time would a break be assistance?
No, I'm happy to go. I don't have that many questions now following Mr. Campbell's cross-examination.
Okay, that's fine then. I'll hand over to you then. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Welsh.
And Mr. Kelly.
Okay, see you now. Thank you. On the question of acceptability, I'm sorry, I'm getting quite a bad echo. Is that coming from the applicant's room?
I think my screen seemed to have Mr. Welsh's mic on for a little bit while you were talking there, and it might have just been that. But so, just a reminder, I guess, if we practice that discipline of switching on and off, and maybe just give each other a couple of seconds before starting to speak, because there might be some sort of delay in that and delay in terms of what we see is happening. So apologies for that, Mr. Kelly.
Yeah, I'll continue. Sorry, Mr. Welsh. Just one question on this matter of acceptability. To your knowledge, did any of the other technical consultants contributing to the EIAR then go on to reach a view on acceptability, or is it only yourself?
I only go that further step when we're in this situation, i.e. that it has gone to be determined at inquiry, and I've been asked to give expert witness evidence at that inquiry. In the EIAR, none of the chapters, to the best of my knowledge, form a conclusion on acceptability. That's not the role of the EIAR to do that, other than perhaps the planning chapter or planning statement that supports the application.
That's not an answer to the question I asked. I appreciate the situation with the EIAR. I asked you, is it within your knowledge as to whether or not any of the other technical consultants post the EIAR went on to reach a finding of acceptability?
In respect of this inquiry, we have a noise session, and I would be surprised if the witness for that session was not drawing conclusions on acceptability. And that we've been advised by Mr. Campbell this morning that the position I've taken is closely aligned with that of Carol Anderson, who terms it using different phrases.
Yes, I heard that. Obviously, Ms. Anderson was not one of the consultants employed to produce the EIAR.
Well, I'm not actually aware of what other consultants who wrote chapters in the EIAR are involved in this inquiry process, but certainly I would have expected the noise witness to be drawing conclusions around the acceptability of the noise effects as a presentation of significance in an EIAR.
Thank you. Thank you. In your evidence in chief, you were taking to my comments on methodologies in relation to 200-metre high turbines. And if I recall your comments correctly, you were correct. It's not a criticism of anything you've done, and it's not intended to imply that you haven't complied with guidance. It was more a general point put to you as an experienced professional thinking of things. The techniques that you use for visualizations and assessing visual effects, in effect, stem from the days of 70 to 80 meter high turbines. We're now looking at 200 meter high turbines many years later. Is that technique still appropriate? Is there really nothing better we can do after all these years to show the effects?
I think in terms of the written assessment, methodologies have changed and developed and been refined in relation to advances in technology. I think the photomontage methodology that Nature Scott has developed over years is one of the best in operation. It is used not only up here, but it's used in England, it's used in Wales, it's used in Northern Ireland. I think it is a perfectly sound and reliable basis on which to illustrate effects. We are using it, the same approach for offshore wind farms, dealing with turbines twice the height of these. So it's perhaps stretched further than it is for Arecleoch extension, but where I could accept some difficulty is if we had a lot of very close range viewpoints where you could not physically fit the turbines into the visualizations, for example, in which case we'd have to find an alternative means of illustrating those, perhaps by using portrait photography, for example, which has been done before. But I have to say, Mr. Kelly, that I think the approach set out in the EIAR as endorsed by SNH is perfectly fair and reasonable for this scale of development.
I hear what you say, but for example, in my simplistic planner's mind, I look, for example, at computer gaming and think of how computer gaming has changed over the last 20 years. And then I look at these and think, is a static photo montage still really the best we can do with the technologies that are available?
I think while the requirement is still for this type of publication to be available in printed form, they are a sensible format. I would accept, though, that visualization techniques allow us to illustrate them as moving structures in video formats. We produced video visualizations on some occasions, but there is a requirement for these to be available in a printed format, and the Nature Scott approach is a fair and reasonable way of doing that.
I think I can round off my series of questions by giving your answers and giving your answers to Mr. Campbell. I can round off by actually looking at the Noctolian viewpoint. I imagine you will want to do it in hard copy, just like I'm doing, so I apologize for rustling and holding things up. I'm looking at viewpoint 14, figure 7.35D, which is the wire line, and figure 7.35E, which is the photo montage. You will not need anything other than those two, Mr. Welsh.
I have those.
Can I ask a question of clarification first of all? Can I ask a question of clarification first? If I look at the left-hand side, the extreme left-hand side of the photo montage, I see 3 turbines, but these don't appear on the wire line. Is it a different angle of view, or is there something missing?
I think you're right there, Mr. Kelly. They should be there. They are shown on the 360 degree, on the 90-degree view previously.
So they should be on 7.35D.
Yes, I think it depending on how it's been centered, there's a requirement for the 53.5 degree view to be centered on the wind farm. But I think it's possible that they have been omitted from there. I could check with reference to the 90-degree view.
Thank you. The wire line can go away now. If you imagine yourself at this viewpoint with this wind farm in place and looking at the turbines, which are basically 1.5 to 2 centimeters high in the photograph, is this a realistic representation of what I would see in real life standing at that viewpoint?
I think it is, because what we have to gauge that by is the operational Arecleoch wind farm. And we can see in the wireline and in this montage those turbines in operation. And we have then used our montage techniques to insert the proposed scheme. And I think it looks broadly compatible in terms of appearance. There is possibly a tiny bit more movement apparent in the photography of the operational scheme. But I think it's a fair representation.
But the photo montage is only A4 high. Does that not, in terms of what the eye sees in real life, compress the vertical scale of the turbines?
Not materially when it's produced to this size. The very reason we have these enormous prints in front of us is to try and minimize that sense of compression. But inevitably, a photograph is a representation, and as to is a montage. So you need to take these wire lines and montages and use them in the field, and in the field you'll get an impression of the operational wind farm and be able to form a view as to the extension. These visualizations should always be used in the field.
I understand that. Would you agree with me that in real life, looking at wind farms, one of the most obvious noticeable features is the rotation of the turbines?
Yes.
Here we have turbines of two very different sizes between Arecleoch and the extension, and the blades will therefore turn at a different speed between the extension turbines and the existing wind farm turbines. How are the reporters meant to assess that, looking at this viewpoint?
Responded to the reporter on the question he raised on this matter in our statement of a case in October, and we've drawn his attention to the fact that the proposed development is a variable speed model of turbine, so it will vary. I would say in relation to this view, it's quite hard to discern the difference between the operational and the closest of the operational and the proposed turbines, albeit I accept the slightly larger rotor would be seen. But I don't believe the difference in speed would be particularly discernible. The Arecleoch 1 turbines are of the sort of first generation, which really did have a very rapidly turning rotor.
Now, this viewpoint doesn't include the Clockley wind farm for the reasons you said in your evidence in chief in relation to the time of the EIR. But things have moved on now, and Clockley is not just an application, it's going to a public inquiry. So would you agree with me that notwithstanding the date of the EIR, the reporters in this case will have to consider the cumulative effect with Clockley in reaching their recommendations?
No, I don't agree with you. They are the focus of the reporter's attention is the determination of this inquiry, which should be determined on its own merits. There is no certainty at this stage that can be drawn around the Clockley proposal, other than the fact that it is as yet undetermined. It would be wrong, I think, for the reporters to form a view on the acceptability of Arecleoch extension based on a presumption about Clockley one way or the other.
We'll have to disagree on that one. Just give me 1 minute just to check the list of questions against what Mr. Campbell has asked. Just one further point, and it's back to acceptability. In paragraph 1.6 of your precognition, you list other receptors in the landscape. Would you accept that it is reasonable for them to also have a view on acceptability? Is it reasonable for local residents and local landowners to, like you, have a view on acceptability?
Of course it is. I would not deny anybody that opportunity. What I would expect in a professional forum like this is that the terminology used is clearly defined so that we know what they mean by that, or what they mean by something being unacceptable in particular.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. I think the next, it was Mr. Buckoak from the community, for the Community Council, with the next in our list of those to have the opportunity to cross-examine. Mr. Welsh, how are you? Would you welcome a break at this point, or are you okay to continue questions for the moment?
I'm very happy to continue, sir.
Okay, thank you. We will take a break at some point this afternoon, and you have no fear about that. Mr. Buckoak, do you have any questions for Mr. Welsh?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. Yes.
That's okay. Please carry on.
Okay. You referred to cumulative effect earlier. I just would like a sort of a clarifying observation here, because the Stronach 2 process, which I refer to under CD 20.9, which is the AIR of September 2020, they seem to regard cumulative effect as being minimalized as the cumulative effect increases. And I was just wondering whether you shared that viewpoint or whether you differed from that viewpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Buckoak. There are really two schools of thought to this. The guidance that we follow, set out by Nature Scott, asks us to assess the additional effects of the proposed development in a range of different scenarios, which I described earlier: the operational, any application, and any consented schemes. And in that scenario where you keep increasing the scale of the scale of development in an assumed baseline, it is or it can be the case that when you add the proposed development to that, the effect is lessened because you have more in the baseline against which the change is experienced. So it has been accused by some as being a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy, i.e. the more development you put into the baseline, the lower the impact. And that's why it's quite important to look at the stages of the different scenarios when you're examining what a cumulative assessment really does find. The other school of thought is that you should assess the overall combined effect of all developments. And that is something that landscape architects do not tend to do. It's something the guidelines for landscape visual impact assessment say we don't have all the information in front of us to be able to do that, and that is a judgment of the decision maker. Now, that is what they say. So the combined cumulative effect is a matter that the reporters may wish to take into account. But in terms of the environmental statement, we followed the approach that Nature Scott asks us to in identifying the incremental or additional effect, the over and above effect of the proposed development.
Can I maybe come in on? I have a question based very similar on that for Mr. Welsh. It might be useful just to take it now to round off your question. Would that be okay, Mr. Buckhook?
Yes, it would be. That's fine. I just wanted to, follow it up a little bit, but by all means.
No, you go first, and I'll come after you then.
I would, agree with Mr. Welsh that there seem to be two schools of thought. The only thing is, I would put it probably more simply than that. There's obviously the kind of the Stronach viewpoint, which says that cumulative effect is minimized over time, and you've actually acknowledged that. But there's the local perspective, which says and thinks the opposite. As the word expression cumulative effect implies, it accumulates, it builds up, it magnifies over time. And so there's the opposite perception locally, which is sort of, oh no, not another one, kind of view. And would Mr. Welsh not agree that these two viewpoints are sort of mutually contradictory, really?
I'd have to say that I agree with you. They are contradictory, and I can understand from a community perspective that the combined cumulative effects are what are of greatest concern. An opinion on the combined cumulative effect is presented in the environmental statement at the end, which links to SNH's siting and designing guidance, which asks us to classify the landscape in terms of it being a landscape with wind farms or with wind turbines, which is an intermediate step to something called a wind farm landscape. And it's a slightly subtle difference, but it's the difference between a piece of landscape character having wind turbines as one of a number of characteristics from it becoming a landscape where wind turbines are the defining characteristic. And in this case, I take the view that this is still a landscape with wind farms. There are spaces in between around the wind farms. It is not what I would classify as a wind farm landscape. So that is some measure of the combined, but as I said, it is really for the reporters to draw conclusions as to the acceptability of the overall cumulative effect. I can only say that both Open and the Council are agreed that the effects of Arecleoch extension are not significant in cumulative terms.
Well, thank you very much for that. I think I would tend to agree that it's not yet a wind farm landscape, but I think one would suggest that that with this application, it is probably beginning to stray quite close to the idea of being a wind farm landscape, and that, to me anyway, personally, is a kind of quite a critical matter. Could I just add a couple of observations onto the end of that, with regard to
Mr. McCourt, can I come in about there?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
you're going to be giving us evidence later, so I'd like you at this point to restrict yourself to asking Mr. Welsh questions.
The reason why I wanted to say a couple of things here was that there have been presumptions from various contributors here, which are not quite correct at the moment, in fact. So I wanted to just clarify that point.
Well, could you possibly do that when you're giving your evidence in chief? It's just that at this stage in time, Mr. Thompson won't have a chance to question you about this, and it's just easier if we do it all at once.
Be relevant to this particular question. That's why I wanted to just clarify it now. But okay, I'll wait then for a later time. That's fine.
Okay, can I maybe just clarify, Mr. Welsh? I think Mr. Bocoke in his follow-up took you to where I was looking for clarifications. It was really on that when you referenced in your inquiry report that you give an opinion on the overall combined effects, and it was relating that to the views that we've received in representations from local residents that this area has reached capacity in terms of overall effects. But I think you've answered that in your comments on that you still think it's a landscape with wind farms rather than.
That is correct, ma'am. Yes, I would say, ma'am, that I don't think that we're there yet, and I would draw some support from the capacity study, which says there is still some scope for development of the scale we're talking about here.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bocoke, did you have any more questions for Mr. Welsh, or were you finished?
I don't have any more questions just at the minute. No, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I can't remember whether we had a particular order from this point on. Just bear with me a second.
The order, David, the order's Miss Ellis next. Miss Ellis, then Miss Spence, Mr. Andrews, then Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you. Miss Ellis, do you have any questions for Mr. Welsh?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I probably have a couple of questions for him about some of your evidence, but that's fine. We can pick that up. And Ms. Spence, do you have any questions for Mr. Welsh?
Yes, I do.
Can I ask, do you want a 5-minute break before we do this, or are you ready to ask your questions now? What would you prefer?
I've just been rapidly making some notes of the things that I want to ask, particularly with regard to sensitivity of the receptor and understanding of terminology. Also regarding the wire lines.
Would you like five or 10 minutes just to gather your thoughts and prepare the questions?
Yes, please. I think that'd be a good idea.
Okay, that's fine. It's 2:30, so let's take a break until 2:40 and then be ready to return in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, that's 2:40, so we will resume. Before I do so, Mr. Andrews, apologies, we missed you at the start, and I forgot to come back and check. Have you been able to follow the proceedings today?
Yes, my apologies for my absence. Some of the webcast of this morning's proceedings, and if I may I just quickly introduce myself to Mr. Welsh? Thank you. I'm a resident of Bar Hill, and I'm here on my own accord. However, I do speak with confidence for at least 50 or 60 households in the village who are interested and concerned about the application. And I would like to just ask a question at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Andrews. So yeah, so I think perhaps Ms. Spence is next up, and she has some questions to ask. Then it will be yourself, and then finally Mr. Stevenson. So I'm glad you're with us again. Ms. Spence, over to you then if you've questions for Mr. Welsh.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Welsh. I would first like to ask you what your attitude if you were to have a wind farm proposed on your doorstep. Would you be in favour of it? Would you be very happy about it? Or would you want to object to it?
Good afternoon, Ms. Spence. As it happens, I live just over 2 kilometres from an operational wind farm, which I can see from my property. And from a personal standpoint, it doesn't concern me at all. And I'm involved in a community that has benefited financially from that. So I don't think my personal experience is particularly relevant here, but I do actually live near to an operational wind farm. I'm a short distance away from a very large one at Clyde.
Ms. Spence, I see a yellow triangle on your tab. Are you still there?
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Did you hear Mr. Welsh's answer then?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'll just go back to you for your questions then. Thank you.
Okay. I was about to say, I understand that you work mainly in this industry. So basically you were employed by people like SPR, this applicant, and presumably by other applicants too. And I assume that because you are employed by these people, you write subjectively as someone who wants to get more employment from these people. So would you say that that would affect your objectivity in this matter, or compared particularly to someone who might live in the area, where, for instance, in this area, there are a considerable number of wind farms. In fact, Daniel Ferrier from SPR did once say to me that with regard to the Arecleoch application, that they were only applying for 11 more wind turbines because they couldn't fit any more in. I also assume that this will apply to the Arecleoch extension and also to the Clockry wind farm, which is the point of the next inquiry. Would you like to clarify this situation and how much your objectivity might be framed by your employment?
Thank you, Ms. Spence. I am first and foremost a chartered member of the Landscape Institute, and I'm required to act impartially in the work I undertake. I am engaged as a consultant to SPR in this case. You're absolutely right there. Normally in this area of work, one of the first tasks somebody in my position is asked to carry out is to provide advice on the feasibility of a project. And I can assure you, we will not hesitate to tell a developer of a wind farm when we consider is likely to give rise to unacceptable landscape and visual effects. We have a duty to do that, and I have done that on several occasions previously. In respect of this project, we undertook the landscape and visual assessment, which we undertook objectively, as we were required to do. But landscape and visual is a topic where some subjective judgment is inherent, and that is why we have a very detailed 12-page long methodology which sets out how we're going to approach it and how we reach our findings. We are not reaching the findings that we do because of our consultancy engagement, and I would like to be perfectly clear on that with you. I can't recall what other points you raised, but insofar as our work is concerned, it's carried out as objectively as possible. Elements there that I've not responded to that you'd like me to. I'm afraid you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, back again. I'm looking at the terminology where, for instance, you were talking about what was acceptable, and Miss Anderson was talking about what was appropriate. And my understanding of acceptable is of something that is not really welcome, but which people might be prepared to put up with. Whereas appropriate is something which could be conceived as a benefit, or at least not objectionable. Would you agree with that difference?
I think the words do have different connotations, and what I mean by the term acceptable is, as I've set out in my inquiry report, I've been very specific about the factors that I have included in reaching a view on the acceptability of it. I stand by that assessment, and it is really for Miss Anderson to explain if her terms coincide with that those factors that I've described. I don't wish to try and prejudge what Ms. Anderson may mean by use of her terms, appropriate and inappropriate.
Ms. Spence, are you still there? Do you have further questions? It might be that Ms. Spence has lost connection, so we may have to park that line of questioning until she's connected again. Mr. Andrews, would you be in a position? Yeah, I think Ms. Spence has just dropped off my screen. Mr. Andrews, would you like to ask your question just now then, if that's okay?
Thank you. Can you hear me all right, by the way? Yes. I wanted to ask Mr. Welch, please, about the effect of the application, specifically the effect on the valley, the Disk River Valley, in which Bar Hill resides. I mean, excuse me for asking this, but have you visited Bar Hill and the site generally?
Yes, I have, Mr. Andrews. I've been to Bar Hill around about 5 times now. I've been onto the site itself. I've been to almost all of the representative viewpoints. And I've also been to Bar Hill at night time too, to look at the lighting.
Thank you. Well, I think this morning you said that because the application is 2 kilometers away from the valley, that is distance enough to mitigate any effects it might have on the valley. Am I right to conclude that?
Not quite right. What I said was that the debate here, or one of the key strands of the debate, is whether the development is set back far enough into the Plateau Moorlands landscape character type. And my opinion this morning was that it is set 2 kilometers inside the boundary of the character type. And as such, whilst it would not be invisible from the valley, it would be perceived as being set back and forming part of the upland that encloses the valley. I didn't say it wouldn't be seen or wouldn't have an effect. It is recorded as having a significant effect in the valley character type.
Thank you. Well, the Disk River Valley has been described, perhaps quoted by you, as being on an intimate scale, and or an intimate pastoral valley, but it would certainly be, would you agree, a defined and enclosed visual experience?
Yes, I would agree with that, and that corresponds with the characterization in the capacity study. It has, I think, two very different characters, I suppose, in that I think from Bar Hill North, it feels more enclosed, it has more woodland, quite difficult to see the river north of Bar Hill, compared with the parts to the south, which are more open, where it begins to transition into a plateau moorland. So I think it is really a valley of two halves. But it has features of small scale, but it is also enclosed by uplands where on both sides of the valley you perceive large scale elements such as commercial plantation. You see Mark Hill Wind Farm, you see Kilgalleoch, and you would see this development.
Yes, I'm really, I suppose, interested at the moment to just ask you about the experience from the village of Bar Hill itself. But I take your point that it is it does differ in characteristics along its course. But it seems to me that because it is an enclosed space, the visual experience of being in the valley, being in the village, encompasses all of the surroundings that can be seen. And thus, any entity that perhaps is on the horizon will be understood to be part of the valley, not with no kind of understanding that the object itself may be 2 kilometers away. As far as the visual experience is concerned, it is part of the valley, as are the trees or the pastures, etc. And I just think that that possibly the site-specific characteristics do perhaps conflict with more general landscape terminology. Would you agree?
A number of points to make. We have assessed the development from Bar Hill Village, and you are right in that parts of the development would be seen above commercial plantation, most notably at the southern end of the village. I've run a series of wire lines in JW9 all the way from the school and community facility down to through the village, and the only location that has the greatest visibility is represented by viewpoint 4. And in our assessment, notwithstanding the visibility at viewpoint 4, it is not of a significant order of change. You would see part of the development, but not to a significant degree. The council disagrees with us, and the reporters will form a view on that. But from the majority of the village, the blade tips will be concealed by vegetation along the western skyline as you look out from the village. And that can be confirmed by looking at the wire lines in JW9. So it has a very limited impact on the village, in my assessment.
Well, I thank you for that, sir. But I do. You must also understand that there are other ways of perceiving the situation, and whilst you minimise the impact, you admit there is an impact, and I am suggesting, therefore, or proposing that the specific characteristics of this valley it visually possesses everything that can be seen in it. And because one can see turbine tips rotating, that would appear to be a perception that the turbine is actually just behind the ridge, and thus it would be an invasion rather than a distant project. But so I do differ with your analysis. And finally, sir, this may be a little unfair, I'm not sure, but you do understand why the application was failed by South Ayrshire Council, because it's quite clear that the Disk River Valley is a sensitive area visually and should be, I think, protected. And yet this application just seems to blatantly disregard that. And the same with the Clockery application. And you must understand why the council, you put them into a position where they have to turn down this type of thing.
Mr. Andrews, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, I'm sorry.
At this stage, we should be asking questions of Mr. Welsh. I'm not sure whether this is leading to a question or not.
Only in the sense that does he understand why this application was turned down in the first instance? And that would be my final question.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Yes, I do understand why it was turned down for the reasons set out in the council's assessment, and one of those was in relation to the Disk Valley, as you say. It is the basis of those judgments that we're testing through this inquiry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I did see Ms. Spence there again, but she seems to have dropped off again. So hopefully she's trying to rejoin. Mr. Stevenson, do you have any questions for Mr. Welsh? Maybe just take your questions now if you have any, and then try and come back to Ms. Spence afterwards.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Welsh. First of all, on the question of acceptability and significance that Mr. Campbell covered quite extensively this morning, could I tease out a further issue there? Where you say the characteristic of a landscape with wind farms can change to become a wind farm characteristic or a wind farm landscape, is that absolutely because of the cumulative impact?
Yes, it is. It is a judgment that takes into account the pattern of wind farm development in an area. So it stems from SNH guidance in siting and designing wind farms, but that recognises that at one extreme you may have a landscape with an occasional wind farm in it, through to the other end of the scale where wind turbines are sufficiently prevalent that they are the defining characteristic of an area. Now, if you stand in the middle of a large-scale commercial wind farm, that is undoubtedly a wind farm landscape. So to some extent, every wind farm generates a wind farm landscape within its boundary. Outside that, for a whole character type to become a wind farm landscape would require a very substantial amount of development to occur. So a midway stage is a landscape with wind farm or with wind farms where they are a characteristic of an area, but not of such prevalence that they are the sole defining characteristic. It's a progression from one wind farm to several wind farms in an area.
Thanks for that. Where in CD 15.2, your open statement of case, at 416, you say that Open has assessed the implications of the Arecleoch wind farm extension on the landscape and visual resource, and considers that there will be some significant landscape and visual effects, including cumulative effects. Does that not, in fact, indicate that you are therefore of the mind that this has become a wind farm landscape?
No, a significant cumulative effect can still arise in a landscape with wind farms scenario, and we have identified some significant cumulative effects, but we've also concluded that in overall terms it's still a landscape with wind farms, and that's a view shared by the council.
At what point, Mr. Welsh, does the difference between, and I think this is reiterating something that Mr. Campbell asked you this morning, at what point does the difference between significance and, you know, acceptability become a subjective judgment by you or by anyone?
Acceptability is a subjective judgment that I've made at inquiry stage when I'm asked for my professional opinion. So I would accept that it is a subjective opinion as set out in my inquiry report, but I've tried to be clear as to the criteria that I take into account in reaching that view.
But on the other hand, in CD 15.7, which is your response to my statement of case and rebuttal, in 2.5, you seem to reject a statement that I've made where you say that I also consider, or he also considers, that the visual effects on amenity from the turbines would have an appalling impact, which is clearly a subjective finding, you say, in a dismissive way. Why are you allowed to have subjective findings, but me as an objector, I'm not?
You are perfectly entitled to your subjective findings, Mr. Stevenson. And I'm not suggesting that you aren't entitled to hold that view, but where we present subjective findings, we try to provide factors or criteria to explain how we've reached those decisions.
Okay, I move on in that case to the you mentioned it when about J10 recommend enjoying the dark. None of them will be impacted from the deviation light on these 200-meter high turbines. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, would you
produce wire?
Yeah, would you agree, Mr. Welsh, that as far as I can see, there are 10 listed viewpoints recommended as the best places to go and enjoy the Dark Sky Park, but the Dark Sky Park covers a vast area. People go to enjoy that Dark Sky Park, which is unique in Europe, from various different places. People who live here enjoy that, not necessarily traveling to any of these viewpoints. You seem to indicate this morning that these were the only safe viewpoints where you could safely travel to in the dark. Is that your contention?
My contention is that these are the viewpoints that Forestry Commission, Forest Lands and Scotland direct visitors to. These are taken directly from the visitors leaflet, which is before the inquiry, as being the locations that people are advised to visit to experience the dark sky quality.
I understand that, but do you agree that you can enjoy the dark sky park from many, many other areas?
I'm sure that you can. In trying to tie down an assessment, we were invited to consider the viewpoints that people are likely to go to or invited to go to experience the park. And these are the places that are easy to get to with parking provision for people. But of course, some people may choose to climb up to Ben Yellery or other more remote parts of the dark sky park, but I don't believe those numbers will be very considerable numbers.
But do you agree, therefore, that the 10 listed viewpoints are simply not the only places that you can enjoy the dark sky park, and therefore there are potentially hundreds of places that will be impacted by the lights from the aviation lights from these turbines?
I would accept, and I don't think I've suggested otherwise, that there are locations on the Merrick Hill range that will see these lights, and we've talked about the clockery visualization today, which illustrates that. What I think is important that the reporters also have regard to is the numbers of people that will experience those, and I think by picking out these 10 viewpoints, those are the locations that more people are likely to visit because they're invited to do so.
You understand, Mr. Welsh, that this is a unique world-class UNESCO site. Can I ask you on what criteria you think this dark sky park achieved that status?
I assume because it demonstrated very good qualities of dark sky qualities viewing conditions.
Because there are no lights.
Well, I wouldn't say there are no lights, but it has very good dark sky qualities, which is symptomatic of an absence of light pollution.
Do you therefore agree that introducing lights into such an area must have an adverse impact?
Well, we're not introducing them into the dark sky park core area or its buffer. We're in a location some 20 kilometers to the west, and that's a different assumption. I don't think that providing they're carefully designed and carefully mitigated, as we're suggesting here, that level of light should render the development unacceptable based on someone on the Merrick Hill range 21 kilometers away at night.
Your response to Mr. Campbell this morning that the technology that you are recommending, the new form of technology, is not available to be seen on any existing wind farm on land in Scotland right now. Is that the case? I picked that up right.
That is correct. It's been subject to discussion at 2 public inquiries to date, but those have not yet been determined. The technology is advancing all the time, and it is for that reason that the applicant is suggesting a condition which requires them to use the best technology available at the time of implementation.
So you showed us, you directed us towards a document which Open has displayed with a picture of a lamp on a table. At another part of your evidence in CD 15.7, at 10.14, table 3, you give reference to aircraft detecting lighting systems or surveillance activated systems. And as you said earlier on, you admit that the CAA is in the process of consulting on a new policy statement on en route aviation detection systems for wind turbine obstruction lighting operation. You said in your evidence that these sort of transponder systems, you admitted, are still potentially a long way off. I mean, can we, Mr. Welsh, take confidence in you saying that it should be a planning condition that we rely on new technology that's not available anywhere else? Is all we've seen is a picture of a lamp on a table, and some sort of transponder surveillance system that has not yet been developed. Can we take confidence that this is the kind of information you're asking us to accept and claim that this would be a relevant planning condition?
I can't comment on the planning merits of the condition, and that will be for the conditions session. But I am absolutely convinced from my work on these other inquiries that this is the direction that the industry and the CAA is heading in. It is a type of mitigation used elsewhere in Europe, and it is perfectly capable of being used here. And the timescales indicated in the Cirrus report suggest 2025 as being a realistic timescale. But in terms of the deliverability of the planning condition, that is for others to discuss in the conditions session that will include aviation specialists.
Would you describe yourself, Mr. Welsh, as an expert on this kind of new transponder technology?
I would say that I am not an expert on the technology. I would say that I have developed a reasonable understanding of how the technology will manifest itself in landscape and visual terms as an impact in the landscape. And that understanding enables me to produce the evidence that I have done for this inquiry.
But in that evidence, you actually say that the aviation lighting would not be activated when commercial airlines pass over the site. So you're trying to give us some comfort that high-flying aircraft would not cause these lights to switch on. However, you say the applicant is consulting with regulator and local airspace users, and you talk about how the draft guidance would allow the aviation lights only to be illuminated when an aircraft is detected by a surveillance system entering a volume bounded by 4 kilometers horizontal distance from the perimeter turbines and 300 meters above the highest turbine tip of the site. You're indicating, therefore, that low-flying military jets, perhaps, or helicopters flying in the dark, which does happen from time to time in this area, that only when they were in operational duty in this area would the lights switch on. Now, my mathematics may not be great, but a military jet flies at a normal speed of around 500 kph. If the surveillance system illuminates the light at a distance of 4 kilometers, are you saying, Mr. Welsh, in your expertise in this area, which you've developed in your document, that the pilot would have less than 28 seconds to react to that light switching on? Is this what we're supposed to believe? Or in fact, are you not able to convince us that you have the necessary level of expertise to stick to that particular statement?
2 points, if I may, Mr. Stevenson. Were you referring to the wind farm lighting strategy paper there you're quoting?
I'm referring to CD 15.7.10.14, where you respond to points that I made about aviation lighting.
Right, thank you. I would just ask you and the reporters to have regard to CD 15.26 if you want an expert opinion by the people who've devised the mitigation. That's by Cirrus. Secondly, I would say this lighting is not required for military purposes. It's a CAA, civil aviation requirement. Military jets rely on infrared lighting on structures. They would not require visible lighting. I'm very clear on that. So it's for civil aviation and might include people like the air ambulance. But I would ask the reporters certainly to have a regard to CD 15.26, as that contains the evidence by which the applicant has developed the technical solutions.
Okay, I will have some further things to say in the hearing on Thursday about infrared lighting. Could I refer you therefore again to CD 15.7, your response to the statement of case by myself on the lavender test? You say that no individual properties would experience a dominant, overbearing or oppressive effect from the wind farm to the extent that residential amenity would be reduced to an unacceptable level in visual terms. Is that your view of the lavender test? Is that a fair description of what the lavender test means, Mr. Welsh?
I've gone into more detail in my inquiry report about the lavender test and how it's been interpreted in decisions in Scotland and the UK, including by Scottish ministers. But I'm perfectly clear in my mind what the lavender test means. It requires an effect to arise that is greater than simply a significant visual effect for it to be considered unacceptable. So for a property, for occupiers of a property to experience a significant visual effect is not of itself enough to say the lavender test has been failed. It must be of such magnitude, overbearing, dominant, to lead to an effect that would render the property an unattractive place in which to live. Those are the words.
Do you accept that that is precisely the position that Pat Spence at Dock Royal finds herself? She finds her home is no longer a place that she can sustain her livelihood or live in peace.
That may be the case in terms of her or your assessment of it, but that is not as a consequence of the Arecleoch extension proposal.
Do you accept that the Arecleoch extension will add to the cumulative impact which has made her feel that her home is no longer habitable?
I would not suggest understanding what Ms. Spence may feel, and all I can say is that we carried out a residential visual amenity study in accordance with the recommended guidance, and Ms. Spence's property was appreciably outside the study area that we're expected to consider for visual effects.
Will the turbines in any form be visible from Dock Royal?
It is certainly possible that they may be seen from the approach and exiting the property along its access track. which aligns towards the wind farm, but at a distance of 3 kilometres.
And you accept that she is already surrounded by other wind farm developments which are visible from every aspect of her property?
That may be the case. I did not assess all of those.
In that case, how can you arrive at the decision that her property does not fail the lavender test if you have not taken into account the cumulative impact of all the other developments?
Because we have carried out an assessment of residential amenity in accordance with the guidance prescribed by the Landscape Institute, and her property lies appreciably out of the area that we are expected to consider.
Only in terms of the Arecleoch extension?
Her property is about 3 kilometres from the Arecleoch turbine envelope.
I agree, but you've just said that you didn't take into account any of the other wind farms that surround her property or the cumulative impact that they have on her property when assessing the lavender test.
Her property was not subject to the residential amenity survey. It does not fall within the study area shown in our technical appendix. It's appreciably outside it. Now, I accept that she may feel otherwise as resident there, but she's out with the area that is considered particularly sensitive for residential visual amenity.
Okay, thanks for your response. One final question, just to go back to aviation lighting. When the dark sky park is best appreciated, it obviously will be a clear night with good weather conditions. In the event that there is a full moon and quite good lighting, is there an appreciable flicker effect from the turbines?
It depends on the direction the wind is blowing, in that the flicker comes from the blade passing between the viewer and the light. So if for example, you were on the Merrick and the wind was blowing from the southwest, you wouldn't necessarily perceive a flicker from the blade, because the blade would be on the far side of the light of an individual turbine. But it's possible that where turbines are stacked, you may get a flickering effect. I can't say you could not, but it's a characteristic that arises particularly where you are downwind of the turbines and the blades are rotating between the viewer and the light.
So as well as the strobe effect from the blades passing over the aviation lighting and the column lighting, there could also be a flicker effect from the moonlight.
Well, I don't know about a flicker effect from the moonlight if it was, unless the moon was behind the moving turbines. But I can say, in terms of the strobe effect of light glancing up the blades of the turbines, we assessed for Crystal Rig that was only really prevalent within 2 kilometres from the site, because it's a much diminished intensity of light that glances off the blades. It's not as intense as the light fitting itself.
So for instance, the residents of Hislop Crescent and Bar Hill would not be able to see any of these strobe effects or flicker effects when they were trying to enjoy the dark sky.
I can't say they would not, but they would experience a much lower intensity of lighting there because of the elevation relative to the light fittings, as we talked about earlier.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Welch.
Stevenson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevenson. Ms. Spence, are you back with us?
Yes, I am. I've been back for a while, and I thank Mr. Stevenson for putting some of the points that I could have included in my questions. And I would say that I am surrounded already by 164 turbines. And this was really going to come up in the noise thing next week. But as Mr. Stevenson brought up the lavender test, which I was about to add, I feel that he made a very good point, because I'm at a higher level of from the ground.
Ms. Spence, sorry to butt in, just to let you know where we were. So Christopher Andrews asked his questions after you dropped out with your connectivity issues, and then Mr. Stevenson's asked his questions. You were in the middle of your questions. I want to keep us just to asking questions just now. So, okay. Do you have further questions still for Mr. Welsh?
Yes, I would like to ask him how it is that when I look out of my window upstairs, and I can already see the existing Arecleoch turbines, why when I went down to the village hall when there was an exhibition about this, having had a particular look at the effect of the existing turbines, the illustration that I was shown at that showed that the new turbines at 200 meters high would be about the size that I had just seen from looking out of my window. And the ones that I'd seen looking out of my window were such teeny weeny little things that there must be the next ones even further away. So please, Mr. Welsh, would you explain that to me?
Thank you, Mrs. Spence. I'm afraid that I don't know what you were shown in the village hall. I'd be very happy. I'd be very happy to comment. From where?
Just like your one.
But a wireline from what location?
From my house, actually.
Without seeing it, it's very difficult for me to give a clear response. I can't comment on the relative scale of turbines.
Well, perhaps you could account then for, I mean, obviously we've seen a lot of wire lines, and then we've seen the finished result when they've built the turbines. And surprisingly or unsurprisingly, they are always look far bigger than they're shown in the wire lines.
All I can really say to that is that the wire lines are technically accurate, but it's important that they're viewed in the field, so that at an appropriate distance from the eye, so that you get the correct sense of proportion and scale. And it's difficult in a flattish landscape, particularly if there's forestry there. But if you are using a wireline, it should always be used at the correct viewing distance in the field, so that you can compare elements of topography in the wireline with elements of photography that you're looking at, to ensure that the scale is proportionate. But without seeing the particular visual that you're talking about. It's very difficult for me to give you a view on it.
Well, I'm not talking about a particular wire line. I'm talking about every wire line I have ever seen, and which has then subsequently been built and never quite looks as small as it does in your wire lines. There must be an explanation for that.
The answer to that is you have to view the wire lines and view the montages in accordance with the instructions that are printed inside the environmental statement. And that's why I went through them this morning and talked about the arm's length in order to get the correct scale. It's why we have some larger scale images produced within the SNH visualizations. It's to try and address any criticism that they might underplay the actual effects.
So basically, unless you have the instructions as to how to look at them, and not everybody who goes to an exhibition does, it could be said that you are trying to mislead the public, and particularly the general public, who do not necessarily take the trouble to go beyond looking at a few illustrations in the village hall. I mean, I've taken wire lines and I've taken them all at the actual books that you produce and looked at wire lines and compared them with the reality later on. So I know that they're misleading, and everything is always bigger and more prominent than it ever seems to be, however you look at the wire lines.
I'm not sure I can persuade you otherwise, but we don't produce any of these images to mislead members of the public. And we also go back out into the field after developments have been built to compare photomontages before and after to make that comparison. But the instructions are printed on the photomontages to try and make it as clear as possible to people using them that they need to be viewed in the right way.
Ms. Spence, are you still there? Okay, well, hopefully she can get back connected. We've got a few questions. I'm not going to do them right now anyway, because I think I would give you a break if we were going to go further this afternoon, Mr. Welsh. If Mr. Thompson's there, can I ask him, and you might not be able to answer this truly yet because you've not heard the questions that we're going to ask or might ask, but do you have an idea as to the likely length of re-examination, Mr. Thompson?
More than 5 or 10 minutes. Not more than 5 or 10 minutes.
Sorry, Mr. Spence, are you with us? Okay, what I'm going to suggest just now then is, can we take a 10-minute break? Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me still? I'm not sure if I'm having connection issues. Mr. Campbell, that's fine, thank you. I'll do one final check to see if Ms. Spence is there. No, it doesn't seem like it. Let's have a 10-minute break then. Maybe she'll be able to join back. I'll maybe stay on the video. So we aim to start back again at 3:50, and then we'll just decide at that point whether we can usefully continue this afternoon, or whether we can't. Mr. Campbell, you get your hand up there.
Yes, sir. Could I let Miss Anderson go for the day, sir, because she has other things to do? Can I take it you won't be starting with her today?
Yeah, I think that's a given.
Thank you. Much obliged.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not seeing Ms. Spence. I think she's maybe trying to get back in. Let's take a break and be ready to convene again at 10 to 4, and we'll just take a stock take then. Thank you.
2 minutes.
Ms. Spencer, it sounds as if you're back with us.
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. We just took a quick break to allow you to come back in, so everybody should be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. I have to say that I got a warning on my computer the first time I went out, and it said that somebody had been interfering with my broadband.
Oh dear.
So I don't know who or what or how, but when it happened the second time, it seemed that each time that I was saying something that SPR didn't like, I was getting knocked off.
Oh, that's bizarre. Hopefully not, because I mean it's the. I think it must just be the instability of your
Well, it's
connection.
not.
I'll check with our technicians after today to see if there's anything we can suggest for tomorrow to help make it more stable.
Normally it's really good.
Yeah, but we'll make sure that you don't miss out on your questions. So that when we go back, we'll go back to you asking your questions.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Dave. I was just chatting to Miss Spence there, so she's back, can hear us.
Okay, that's 8:50 now. So, Ms. Spence, I was hearing there that you're back with us. That's good. We just took a short break, just to allow that. We'll just wait till to see if everyone else has returned yet. I'm not seeing any faces really, but I'm just going to assume everyone else is back. What I think we will. Hello again, Mr. Campbell. What I think we will do is hear Ms. Spence's the rest of her questions, and we noted quite a few questions for Mr. Welsh. Now, some of those have been answered, but not others. And I think probably the best thing to do is after Ms. Spence's evidence, we'll pause for the day. That'll allow us to reflect on our questions and what we still need to ask and what we don't. What I might try and do is let Mr. Welsh know which documents I might. It shouldn't be too many. So, Mr. Welsh, are you back with us? Oh, okay, that's good. So you're back there. Ms. Spence, if you're still there, then I will pass back to you if you want to resume your questioning of Mr. Welsh, and then after that's complete, I think we'll probably call it a day. So over to you, Ms. Spence.
What in relation to the document 741, page 29, it's the first of the viewing points, which is Chermary Cairn. And I noticed that he's put the receptor type is a walker. I would suggest that not everybody actually goes walking up Chermary Cairn. A lot of people drive along there. A lot of people go along on the railway. And some of us actually live quite near there. So we get to see all the turbines. So what I don't really understand is why you have a definition of a receptor as being a walker who goes up a hill, just exclusively. And the other thing about this is during all of these viewpoint comments, you use the word it is not considered, or you know, and consideration is a very, very approximate term and very subjective. So obviously, again, Mr. Welsh, you are considering this from a point of view of the applicant, in this case SPR, and I don't think that you are really considering it as a person who would live in the area or who would want to visit the area from other places. So I still come back to this. How objective are your conclusions that you are making when suddenly something that particularly going back to the wide view at Germary Cairn, how this suddenly becomes up to be of medium-low sensitivity? It seems to me that it's a matter of what you can get away with.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Spence. Germary Cairn is a short distance off the minor road, and as far as I can see, and as far as we could see when we assessed the view from the summit, that it would be most likely a walker who would go up there. Some people might go on a bicycle, but or a quad bike, but it is not a location you can drive to. We attributed it. I just wanted to make the point that I sense you're critical of our approach, but this viewpoint, we assess the highest level of impact possible under the assessment and a significant effect. So I'm not sure what we could have done that might have been more satisfactory, but this is in my opinion a very objective, fair and professional assessment for that viewpoint. And if you look at the summary of findings on chapter 7, page 7-43, you can see it's the highest level of impact recorded.
Yes. The other thing is that nobody, you considered it, these viewpoints from on a road, and yet I will be able to see these enormous turbines, should they be built, that I will not be able to avoid seeing them whenever I go outside my property, whether my house or walking to my office, which is about 20 steps. And it will dominate my view. And given that I am very adversely affected by the low frequency things, which we'll come to in the noise inquiry, and I really feel that they are just the last straw, because these turbines will stand over me.
Ms. Spence, I'm sorry for interrupting. Do you have a question for Mr. Welsh?
I'm really asking why no proper combined assessment as to the amenity at my property was made in conjunction with the combined effect of these turbines. They don't just have one effect. When I'm feeling sick in the morning, the middle of the night, I can't sleep, this is always going on. And then I would go outside and see them like the tormentors that they are, as a threatening presence. And you have taken no account of that in your assessment, have you?
We have not carried out a detailed assessment of the effect on your property in the LVIA. You did suggest that we hadn't taken any assessments from roads, and I just want to be clear that 12 of the viewpoints are located on local roads in the area.
I don't think I did suggest you hadn't done any from roads. I merely pointed out that the only assessment of this particular point was made from the top of a hill that few people go up. Not that isn't of concern, because people do want to walk up hills and so on, but that it would be more appropriate because to have the viewpoint, say, from the road, because more people are affected by the viewpoint from the road and from the railway when they're travelling along, and that would be the greater number of people who would be affected by it. And then you could have concluded that, of course, going up the hill and getting to the top of it, things would look even worse.
And that is what we did do, and we included the hilltop in as a visual receptor for the most sensitive, one of the most sensitive groups of receptors being walkers, and it provided the most open outlook of the proposed development in its cumulative context. So I would say we carried out a fair assessment of that. We did not carry out a detailed assessment of the views from your property because the residential amenity survey did not extend that far. And all of the viewpoints were agreed with South Ayrshire Council and Nature Scott as being representative of the likely effects that people would incur in the area.
Did you account any aspect of the topography of my property? Like I would point out that on the very edge of my property is the site of a castle, which was obviously a defensive measure in about the 13th century when it was built. My house is actually built of stone filched from that site. And because of that, of course, the topography indicates that my house is on the highest point in that immediate vicinity, so that the land dips on, as if you can imagine that it's the plug in a volcano, which it probably is. My house is at the top of the point of the plug, pretty well, surrounded by other higher hills on which and behind which the actual turbines that exist are all already placed. The fact, therefore, that I get a far better grandstand view of the already existing ones, and the height at which my property stands means that I will get an even grander style view of your 200-metre high ones, both at Arecleoch and at Clockery.
Spence, I think the question he gave at the start there was, I think, for Mr. Welsh, did you take into account any aspect of topography when considering effects on your property? I mean, I'm paraphrasing there, but Mr. Welsh, have you got any answer to that question?
I would just go back to the point, sir, that we did not carry out a detailed assessment from Mrs. Spence's house, because it's not normal practice to include individual properties other than within a residential visual immunity survey.
Okay, and I think we've covered that area already. Ms. Spence, do you have any other questions for Mr. Welsh?
Not at the moment, thank you. I think Mr. Stevenson covered some of the things that I was going to ask.
Okay, thank you. So just to recap then, hopefully you all heard me say, this is probably a good time to finish for the day. Mr. Welsh can start again refreshed tomorrow. We'll consider what questions we have remaining. There's a smaller list than there was at the start of the morning. And then Mr. Thompson would have the chance to cross-examine, and then hopefully at some point in the morning it would be Ms. Anderson's time to give her evidence in chief. So I think we'll stick to the plan tomorrow in terms of a 10 o'clock start, if that still suits everyone. We might want to give consideration to starting earlier on Wednesday, depending on whether that's okay for people. Maybe we can change the order so that we can do that. But let's see how we go on tomorrow. So unless there's any other points anyone needs to raise, or if I've missed anything, Mr. Thompson.
Just one minor matter of procedure. I noticed that Mr. Andrews has been with us today. I'm not aware that I have a precognition from him or an inquiry report, and I would have hoped to have had one or both of those if he's going to give evidence. It may be that I simply haven't received it, but I wonder if we could just clarify that before the close of play today.
Right, bear with me a second and I'll just find what I have for Mr. Andrews. Yeah, so you're correct. Mr. Andrews indicated he wished to participate. So all we have, and have taken it as the sum of his case, is his CD 18.3, which was his statement of case from the 3rd of November. So in terms of Mr. Andrews' position on the development, I think he was an objector originally, so his original objection may exist. But in terms of the inquiry, all we have is his statement of case.
But having regard to the procedure that we're following, if we simply take that as read and I would go into cross-examination, then there wouldn't be an opportunity for him to say anything more at all. And I just wonder what's intended.
Mr. Andrews, we invited you to submit well, you said you wanted to take part in the inquiry session, which involves a recognition. We haven't got one from you. So I thought the simplest way would be to do as Mr. I'm happy to hear other views on this, to do as Mr. Thompson had said there, which was to in effect take your statement of case as your recognition, and you can be asked questions about it. Is that what you'd intended, Mr. Andrews? You were muted, but I'll take that as a yes.
Yes, please.
Mr. Thompson, do you have any concerns about that?
No, if that's what's intended, that's fine by me, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, everyone, then, for taking part today, and I will give a daily apology and acknowledgement that we have IT problems every time we do this. I think we got through business fairly well. So if you can all, the second link in that email, which is for tomorrow's session, so we can be logging on from 9:45 tomorrow morning. So I'll close our business for the day. Thank you very much. Thank you.